Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm XIII, and this is a rigging, experimental organic rigging tutorial that, no sorry, not tutorial, I'm tired already in the beginning. No, it's live streaming with, where we make, in this case, mount rigging, with some crazy ideas including spline skinning for mount rigging, and we are trying to rig cartoony 2D cartoony reference expressions on 3D adapted character design that we are still trying to. Okay, apparently I need to reset pose here. Okay, so I'm continuing here this this process here, and I'm really need to get on with some new developments that I'm doing here. As you can see, there is already some sort of possible repositioning of the melt along the thing, but I have, of course, this is very crude. It's not working anyways good. Only certain poses was, and of course this happened because we need to reassess many things here. So if we check my list here of tasks, there is rotate lips mount control rig, this I did on a previous video. Then new lips rest position, we changed the rest position of the mesh of the lips, right? It was on a different before, it was like in a shape like that. It was very big, very large, and what's happening with the annotations that are not drawing? Oh, they are invisible, and we cannot draw invisible. Yeah, we can draw invisible, but we don't want to draw invisible, so let's erase this thing already. Okay, so yes, because I had to redraw this this sort of model sheet based on the original model sheet to get the new mount rest position that I want. So it's not perfect now, but it's just good enough, I think, for continuing our exploration. So I've ended up finding out something really interesting about the Universal Sonic mount rig. I'm sorry, I haven't concluded the documentation, the process. I didn't try to reproduce it, but I'm learning through it. It's very interesting. The concepts that are used here are very sophisticated, and some of them I'm taking inspiration, but I'm making something slightly different. So I think I've got the idea of his at least one aspect of the idea, because one thing I'm having real trouble with my own rigs with spline skinning, and I don't know why I didn't thought it would be so difficult. Obviously I'm doing something wrong about the bendy bones, is that I having with at least this mouth shape on this complex surface, 3D surface, the muzzle, let's say, of this character, which is a bit similar to the Sonic muzzle if you check the character design, but doesn't matter. What's happening is that, okay, it's a mirror modifier, is that the my bones, bendy bones are not really drawing the cartoony 2D cartoony expressions that I want. To be clearer than that, for example, if I go on Pinterest, what I'm trying to do in terms of cartoon expressions is to sort of mimic certain reference, like has been hotel, for example. I've been talking this over and over again, but for newcomers, it's good that we know. So you see these mouth shapes here, very exaggerated, very cartoony in 2D, right? Yes, so this is why it is so hard to make those. Yeah, look at those. So I don't need to mimic all of this, of course. But for example, here there's the teeth that are different. Like, how do we do? 2D, right? 2D is magic, right? So how would you do all that in 3D? Well, shape keys for the teeth, at least. Maybe some armature deform, some drawing curves, or all that. So there are many things, but it would take some time to develop all that. So my idea here, actually, but the linear line of the mouth, this is the concept I'm coming true right now, and I have been doing this melt rig with spline skinning, bendy bones, right, with bendy bones splines. And I have currently something that is was a proof of concept, and now it's for the mount rigging. I've never seen that before, so for me it's sort of new, and this was starting to work. Actually, where are these? Okay. Okay. So these are profile lips profiles, bendy bone splines. They are wrongly positioned here because as I said, I changed the rest position for the mesh, and now I just have to relocate those splines, and this takes some time. So I'm done. I'm gonna just make it a bit in a crude way, right? Of course, let's before we touch them, let's just reposition. But the shape of the lips has changed, so we need to. Yeah, I'll have to. Oh, I see there's be some transforms to the controllers too. So this is annoying. But so maybe I should change all them together. So let's see. Yeah, there are many controllers. Maybe we should drag these together. Yeah, let's drag them together because they work in sync in the terms of their origin. So I'm not snapping anything, I'm just moving as a block. Here the question is, where would you get? They were all snapping to the mesh previously, so I think it would be something like, no, it's actually something like that. And so because we have made this change, perhaps I should, yeah, let's not change that yet. So then there is this one. This one didn't change as much as the one on the top, so I need to, but nonetheless it has changed, so probably it should be somewhere like here. Okay, maybe further. No, that will be somewhere like here. If you check this, I'm gonna reassess that later, so don't worry. It's not it won't be perfect from, yeah, let's change this. Let's make some slight adjust. Alt. Okay, sorry, we require the screencast. It's on, right? So okay, select this one. We'll just make some rotation here. Yeah, some rotation here. This will be profile. Yeah, it's not good now, but it's all right for what I want. Yeah, not gonna displace because each of these transforms here that I'm doing to splines, they are a bit harder to maintain. It implies that we change we also need to adapt the, you see what happens here. So there is for the splines here, we need to reset their bone constraints in the stretch to bone constraint. We need to reset this original length, which is hard to automate. There's no automation for this actually that I know. So here this changes up blocks, so they don't, you see that not doesn't matter. The side would be a bit simpler somewhat, because just so we'll try to, yeah, so it would be somewhere, if I'm taking as reference this bone, it will be somewhere like here near the corner, outer corner, right, of the, so not perfect. I'm not gonna make it ideal for this generic readjustment, right? Then we can always do that later. And then the splines here are a bit bad, so maybe we're gonna rearrange. Maybe we should push that here. Yeah, okay, let's do it like that for this one. Maybe slightly up. I see that we have some yeah, there's some offsetting here for this. Yeah, this is annoying, but it's not like the end of the world. So as I said, we're not gonna be very precise in this now. I just want to reposition these things so that we can start considering some posing, right, folks? So here, what I intend to do, I have been through the thinking process for all this. Okay, this jaw doesn't matter. Now I'm just doing this just for seeing if there's anything to see. There's not much thing to see here in terms of deforms right now, but the rig is it's currently doing what it's supposed to do, so it's far from complete. The real problem that I was having though is that as I said about the even when I had a mouth, a lips, there's an old rig here that followed the lips, right? I was having a very difficult time to have these splines, the mesh shape good 2D cartoony expressions, even for the shape of the mouth itself. Then unfortunately, fortunately, I found out one of the culprits of this difficulty. It was that the head bone was sharing waves at everything in the face with maximum waves. So it's like taking at least, if I painted with, for example, if this bone had red on the lips, maximum waves of 1. Because it was not normalized, I don't use auto-normalize and normalization features often. So what would mean is that this bone will be carrying also. So if the head bone has wave 1 in every vertex in the head, the deformed head bone, this would have 1 in this part of the lips, for example. It will be sharing 50% with the head of the waves of the lips, and then this means that these lips this is not operational right now, but it would mean that these lips would not be following actually 100% this mesh. So it would be offsetting gradually, or as this moves up, this thing lags behind. Like I think it would be incrementally lag behind. That would be, and so this is not precise, right? It will work, but we'll have to make double distances to obtain the same deform. So although it's regular, it doesn't break the rig to have this. It's a relational thing that was not very accurate, and I have been rigging with that like that for long time, months, and I didn't realize. I didn't even concluded the eyes rig with that method. It was very bad, and no, the rig was good, but I didn't realize I could have much more responsive rig, especially with spline skinning. So when I used this rig, I was still on that previous approach, and then I realized what was lagging behind my. So we fixed that, fortunately, and now we don't have the head bone only has influence. The rest is parented somewhat to its hierarchy. The head bone only deforms areas that are more structural to the head. So this concept I just haven't learned properly, and now finally I've got this. It worked the other way. It's not that it's absolutely wrong. You can have low waves, although this won't be very problematic, but this one would be problematic if it was going on especially for spline skinning, in my opinion, because the spline skinning allows the mesh to be very smooth, and then we want the mesh perhaps to follow these splines, right? The like curve of the spline, and if the mesh is not 100% responsive to to the waves, it won't have this effect. This is why, as I have here a profile bendy bone nose, this is a concept from I've seen on another Daniel Lara rig, right, with bendy bones. There's a couple or more years ago he managed to make some documentation on his artistic cartoon rigging, very good with spline skinning, but there was not enough content, so I had to research. So you see how this is supposed to work, although there's some offsetting here because need to retake some stuff here, so but it's perfectly feasible. So this spline should be parented here, this tweak here. Alright, so okay, now it's fine. These tweaks are meant to be an easier organizing thing, right? And so thanks to the head mesh that has got thanks to this lined in the middle, now this bendy bone that actually shouldn't have so much weight there yet, should not be able to change so much this mesh here. Yes, it is turned, so maybe it needs to take less waves here, I guess, because this area shouldn't deform too much. So this is like the column structure of the head, it shouldn't be moving that much. There's no reason for this kind of deforms, in my opinion, for at least not for this character design. So the nose deforms too much more than we need, but sometimes it can be useful. This is a new feature for me. I never did a nose rig. So, but that's gonna be funny, especially because considering it's a nose profile bendy bone spline, it would allow for adjusting the character design in 3D shape. So it's like like a morph shape key or whatever. It's kind of cool, but I don't know what I do more for corrective input into the animation than for the character design than anything else. I hope I find other yeah, probably we can use for certain subtle expressions. Yes, I just don't know how exactly how to use it, animate it properly for expressions yet. So here something that is not helping in the mouth rig, and I'm gonna intend to solve this now, is that is that the lips bone, they don't have influence over this area. And so how would I expect to create lips expression, for example, how would I expect to create cartoony, very radical expressions, like drawing the expressions like that on a curved surface? But it wouldn't need to be on a curved surface, right? But how would I make an expression like that if the mesh is not following exactly these shapes, right? So this is what we need to solve. So this means that we need to solve the 2D mouth. Once I am able to deform the mesh in the shape of a 2D, it doesn't need to be on a surface like that, on any surface. So this means that I need a mesh geometry that can adapt to that. Of course, there are other ways, but I need some way to have the mesh geometry adapt to very, very extensive amounts of and they must not only adapt to the curves, but they must also adapt to so I don't know exactly mesh density that I will require. I don't know exactly. There is the possibility that I use an additional mesh for that, but currently I have only, my idea here is to push when I will require to make a very expressive mouth like that, drawing that. My idea would that I would push this mouth bone on the right side, mouth side, so that I can push this without really risking, because the mesh topology of the muzzle, the face here and this lower face, would have been pushed aside. And so the idea would be to to draw the face from the mesh topology that is here, not the mesh, not necessarily the mesh geometry that is here, because it would be collapsing, shrinking somewhere here. Yeah, you see, it will be squashing somewhere there, and so we can totally have perhaps an easiness is in making these more widely or not. So these considerations I don't know, but what I'm sure now about spline skinning is that I need to have the mesh responsive, whatever it's the 3D face, right? Oh, hello Alotsky, welcome back. Hello, an interesting observation. A vacuum cleaner collects dust regardless of whether it is running or not. good observation. So this character is kind of accumulating dust, I guess. So, but soon enough, this history will change, my friend, because this is going to be very incredible. I've got the real theory now. I think the universal sonic mouth rig. I got another concept from it by studying its stuff. It talks about there's a flat mouth thing, and now I believe I can not exactly reproduce what he did there, but I'm trying to create something new on top of that understanding, those insights. So what I'm going to do is, well, I've already told you in the last video, so, but I've got new inputs to that. There's all this thing about the mouth, creating the mouth hole, right? So I'm starting to think that creating them, but this will be a proof of concept. So the first thing that I need now, definitively, I'm gonna reuse these bones here, and for this we'll have to perhaps destroy their vertex groups because they are old, because yeah, I'm not certain. Yeah, let's reuse them. They won't affect directly anything else, so they won't be destructive. So we can, yes, we can reuse this, but we'll have to adapt. So first thing I'm going to adapt instead of this is what I know that is working. We need to adapt the profile, the Benny Bone Splines profile. But we'll do this quickly because we don't want to waste time, since I know that I'll retake this anyways. You were there when I was remaking, or maybe not, but I'm going to retake the, yes, reposition these things. Anyways, I'm gonna reposition the okay, well, okay, this needs to work with medium point then. So the profile, okay, we need to do this without the mirror modifier, and here we are going to get this thing. Yeah, so the profile here is a bit confusing. Yeah, it's very bad, the profile of this thing. So it will be, so why we need to take this with more patience, but for now let's try to get something at least close. It doesn't need to be exact. We're not gonna be very exact this time. No need to. We will be able to reshape the. So this also will help as a proof of concept, folks. So if I will be able to reshape these lips from this thing. This will be a another proof of concept that, oh, I can really mess up these shapes, the spline, the profile, bendy bone splines will solve it eventually. Of course, this is very bad starting condition, but I could solve it. But let's use it for the proof of concept. So let's take advantage of the problems we had and see if how good this will also be a proof of concept to know how good these profile curves are to some random badly developed lips rest positions. Yeah, how it interacts with poorly developed rest positions for the lips, right? It's not poorly developed, yeah, it's kind of limiting to what I really wanted. So here we could have this shape here, and here we could have this shape here. Since we are on edit mode, we are going to continue doing this for the side one, and then we reset for everything. So the side ones is the most annoying ones. Oh, since we are here, folks, let's also create more of this, because we are going to require more of this stuff, these sets, right? So here we should be hiding some mesh here, because otherwise it will be impossible to, very hard to work with that. So yeah, all the mouth interior is showing actually much more than that. So I have fortunately mouth region, so we do this, mouth interior we hide, and that's it. Yes, that's it. So maybe I can also hide this one. Okay, let's go. Now on edit mode here, we got the spline here, and we need to push it to be better. In this case, maybe we need snapping. I have to roll. Yeah, okay, this is probably a correct roll according to the situation. Why I'm seeing this mesh here? I would need to mask this thing, right, folks? Okay, let's do something then. Yeah, because here I'm... Yeah, while editing. Now this is object mode, this is... No, hold on. Yeah, it's the edit mode for this, then not for the mesh. So that's why we need an object modifier to solve this. So let's just create a mask modifier, extra mask. We have another for... No, mouth interior region. Okay, we have it already. Sorry, folks. So mask mouth interior, so this will do the job. So let's see, we need to enable it. So what it does is that without this... Wait, something got wrong here. It has this incorrect target. Mouth. Okay, it had some... Okay, mouth interior, just region. So if we... It's not possible. Not possible that this is the case. So, oh, there's another mask here. Mask body. Which is... Okay, works for that, okay. I should work for edit mode as well, so... Now this is dangerous, because then we might not know that it's hidden. Yeah, very dangerous. Could accidentally wave paint the body, so this doesn't protect from wave painting. It just hides on object mode and in edit mode, so important to know. So we need to keep it off for now. But this mouth interior is not working. Something is strange about this. It's like the vertex group. I've lost the vertex group, right? Mouth region. No, you see, this vertex group is perfectly correct. So why does it... We can even copy that. So why we cannot? Why we have two of these? Okay, this seems to be older, and it's this seems to be older. No use for that. Mask body, right? Then we have the. Does it affect wave pane mode? Ah, yeah, this is dangerous. So we cannot even use this for now. We need to hide this and mesh, but then if we unhide the mesh, it will, while we have this, we could get confused. Of course, when we are using wave pane mode, we are already... Okay, so it's not that dangerous, folks. Because we don't go in edit mode from this to this. Usually when we go in edit mode, in this rig we make selections, so we will go on edit mode eventually for the on this. Okay, so we are going to so here there is this crazy thing where this vertex group is just not doing its job, so it's like seems like a something really incorrect here, folks. What is armature stuff? Yes, something very, very bizarre here is happening. I'm always using the other settings. There's nothing special about the other settings. Maybe we need to... It hides everything, but I just want to hide the mouse interior on object mode. Maybe we need to move it up. No, never mind. So I don't know what is this happening. It's just pure garbage. We'll have to this is a quote from a game, a fantasy game, by the way, that I kind of not addicted, I like very much since a long time, the series Might and Magic. And there are many good artistic things about this game. For example, the soundtrack composition by Paul Anthony Romero, one of the best music composer for fantasy games of all times. Yeah. And this is just one of the creators. There are other very insightful, very cheerful graphics, old style graphics with pixelized renderizations of scenery and scene, whatever. It's very cool stuff from the old times, especially the Might and Magic 6, the Mandate of Heaven, Might and Magic 7 for Blood and Honor, and Might and Magic 8 the Day of the Destroyer. It was plain conventional RPG stuff, like very inspiring Dungeons and Dragons stuff, and the character voices, there are humor involved. Actually, the heroes, the famous, even more famous, the Heroes of Might and Magic series, it was built on the same universes from the Might and Magic series, and that I played too. There's a more tactical, turn-based game, right? Strategic turn-based. It's old stuff, right? But they keep made the franchise still to this. I don't know the new games, but I believe the composition still Anthony Romero, the composer, still worked on those things even on more recent production. So okay, anyways, here we need to, okay, we won't be able to hide these things because I just cannot. Oh, hold on. Yes, because when we enter an edit mode for the armature object, there is the, so that vertex group is kind of bugged, right? So all the time we couldn't solve it, unfortunately, so we're gonna do it more like, it's the first time I had this problem. I wasn't having this problem, so I have no idea what's going on. Maybe it's the file that is, the dust that is accumulating, as Alotsky said. The vacuum cleaner here of this character's mouth is just too strong and pervasive over time. It needed changing, and now, assuming that this was the idea, and now we have to deal with the consequence of excessive iterations of this. Well, this is something I have been doing for a while, because this same character I've been iterating on experimental rigging over and over and over and over again. She cannot rest in peace or start out the 3D animation thing, but for a good cause. At some point I'm sure I will be able to complete this this thing, and it will be good. We are doing things step by step, because there is learning in the process. There are, rigging is also in itself an art form, but the ultimate purpose for me is 3D animation, animation filmmaking to be more precise, 3D animation. And yes, so at some point I'd like to start live streaming, not rigging, but maybe some, yeah, I had this plan, I just couldn't start yet. I need inspiration for that. It would be the scenery, assets, props. Like, I want to, this will be very cool, because now in this computer in Windows I have, not because it's in Windows, I used to be in Linux Mint, before it was Ubuntu OS. Then I started using Mint, which was found quite good. And then yeah, so but then my old computer wasn't good enough for Blender. I was eventually able to get a new one, and then I started live streaming. And then also it was this year, and then I was talking about new computer, about yes, okay. So then this allows me even to stream and to model actually scenes with some sort of real-time rendering, you know, EV stuff, right? And so it's much more inspiring for working on those kind of works, because you see in real time some of the aspects of the lighting. Otherwise you work in pure modeling, it's not as immersive, and that will be really cool to okay, so here we need to start attention from the beginning of the spline, which is from the exterior. Maybe we change that, but and then we reach the exterior. Otherwise, if you start to change this, it will might be a bit messy. All right, and so here same thing. Start from the exterior, reach for the interior. This was arbitrary, it could be the other way around. This spline is a bit bizarre right there, but the cool thing about that, proof of concept now. Yes, and this should work. You see, this This actually these ones don't have tweaks, unfortunately. So the whole idea about, I just need to pick this. You see how the profile is able to reshape the lips. Of course it's not reshaping here because the next profile curve is too tilted, and the wave painting here doesn't solve this interpolation of waves. So this is why, but here you see the quality of the profile and how we can shape an even, wow, it's like, now check this, fascinating. So yes, maybe not everything is fascinating, but this is why we need more of this. Maybe the bot one is good. So the proof of concept here, of course, for me at this point was not that it would work. I was mostly certain it would work. So I had a very poor starting rest position, right, for this. If we were in the last live streaming here, I was talking about how they call this the certain you never heard about this, the binding pose state is the rest position. Binding pose state is the and then there's the final posed state, which is the pose position. So the binding pose state, this stuff on edit mode, the mesh, both the mesh, so the mesh is in a binding pose state. In its binding pose state, there's only one per time per mesh object. Unfortunately, the armature, the bones in the armature, this is their binding pose state. And now when we go on pose mode, or an object mode, but more specifically in pose mode, they are equivalent for the output usually. This is the final posed state. So this is the cool concept that we need to have in mind. And so, well, for this thing, even with so let's go again. Even the proof of concept that I wanted here to show is that, for myself in this case too, is that even with a poor binding pose state for the mesh object, the bendy bone splines were good enough to solve this. I mean, not solve it, I mean, were good enough to create good shapes out of that, because of wave painting, of course, and the way we've set them, right? So of course this is not enough. Let's continue here, and since we are here now, the question starts to build up in a very interesting way, folks, because the question is how many of these profile sets we need for the lips on a very widely deforming cartoon character. So I'm assuming that the most critical region for the lips is this part regarding this, because this part is a bit more blurry. It's like yeah, the wave paints here are not very good, so you have to retake that, but the interpolation of the waves here is not very good, or we probably require a something here. So we're gonna do this. It's time consuming, but it's not difficult, and probably because of the same reason, and because the mouth has a lot of expression, and so I have a plan. I'm not gonna tell exactly what it is, but maybe you can, maybe you can figure it out at some point, but I'll tell at some point. But let's create these things. So because what I'm gonna create will be similar to these ones, because this is the top, and then the bottom will be similar to that one. Yes, we can. We're not gonna lips upper. We're gonna duplicate that as well. All right, except that we need to create here some. Yeah. So first we're gonna change that. We're gonna change this thing, although it's not in a. It won't be in the ideal position, so we're gonna retake that anyways. So doesn't matter where we put it, provide the naming is correct. So we're gonna first thing gonna rename these bones here. Oh, there got there. Yeah, this will be inevitable. So what we need to do here is, unless we do something here like there's a way to avoid it actually. No, there's not. Not that I know. So you have to delete. Yeah, I'm gonna make a sequence of batches here, and even that won't be good enough. For the numbering it will be bad. All right, so this will be what the name was. So lip up profile then jump. So lip up profile, lip up left profile, lip up left prof. Okay, I think so. This is lips corner, lips side. Yeah, these are older names, I guess. So side, no, it's corner. Yeah. So yeah, not gonna change these names now. Doesn't matter. So lip up left, these ones. So everything here change to. And it's not up actually. Yeah, it's all inconvenient. You have to read the name renaming. We'll have to find better things. So here we just pick this lip up profile thing, and we call actually not lip up, just not the profile. So no, we don't change it. We just add instead of the 00, we change that for we left this is okay then. Okay, but for bones, okay, this is a bit blurry, but it should work. So lips upper, except I was calling them differently. So instead of up, now okay, so L, so they got the left side, but there's the number. So at least now we can do something like L001, right? So actually we pick this, except that there's another thing. This is lip upper, so we're gonna, this is a new denomination organization that so up we change for upper for all these ones. Upper, no, upper. All right, already is an improvement, and even though we have to do a revision after for everything, that's okay. So here start at left 00 because left comes before. So what we can do now is take off these values, just simple thing, and it would, there's a problem. Okay, so for example, okay, let's call it 002, and then you see this will call it like, we'll take off the 8, then here we take off the number, this becomes 003, and then this will be forced to do manually. Then right, this is ready, at least in this state. Let's duplicate this other now. This is the last one. Actually we could symmetrize. No, not yet, because we need to assess the Okay, the parenting seems correct. That's actually, what is this parented to? Relations, mouth upper, main map upper. What that means? Yeah, this is questionable, but maybe we need another master there for that. Not sure. Not quite sure about that. Maybe we could do a child of bond constraint here. I don't know. For instead of the parenting for this. Not sure because of the influence, right, folks? So we are not gonna test right now the mechanism, the control rig here. We just continue doing this stuff. So we need to reposition these things, right? So here I know this is already ready. So actually, what we're gonna just hide what is here, hide this, we're gonna hide this, and now with these conditions we can start placing those things, right? So it will be with, so point period, right? Period medium point, which is 8, is very not the best things to do in an automated easy smoothly, rapidly. So but doesn't matter. It's hard to memorize because of this for me too. I need to use this. Yeah, this period key is really awkward. I'd like to have it more to the left of the keyboard. Maybe someone has thought about a better shortcut for this. If you're changing all the time, right? So 2 is individual origin, so 8 is medium point. 2 is still okay, it's close to the left, but bounding box, we rarely use that, at least me. Active element, this is one of the rare, very rare. Cursor pivot point, also 6 is quite bad, so 2 is easy. Yeah, gotta find better shortcuts for all those things. I think there is an add-on that is free, that inbuilt, that has, is not the, I've not been using it, it's the, but I used to use it until I found some issues, is the Pi menus, right? Pi's menu add-on. There are some settings we can configure. I think I found a problem, a bug that was, or an incoherence, then I stopped using it because it was so annoying. But it was really good, the things it did. Maybe they fixed that. Maybe I should get it back. Pi's menu. It certainly has a lot of potential for improvement if it did not improve yet. It's a great idea for great add-on. But for myself, I found a situation in which it was not good anymore. For the workflow that I was having, maybe this is not the case anymore, and maybe they fixed the problems over time. So here I don't see very well this is slightly preoccupying. Okay, I think the z-axis pointing forward would be the pattern that I use mainly, and so this seems to have been the case there. Here we need to just adjust this spline a little better here, and yes, so actually I've picked some place. Maybe you should get it yeah, it's too close to the center, while maybe it should be set more to the side, like here. And so this means that we should perhaps scale down, even though this is not very good for my, yeah, this is not good, not scale down, because they all have the same dimensions. If I were to make these gems here, to make them like, yeah, it will create irregularity, and then to solve everything back would be a lot of work, manual work. Because if we scale, especially because if we scale these bones here, the handles, or even the bendy bones, but the handles, they change the, actually no, they don't. Okay, the bend, so this is a good thing. No, this was only happening because I had the joints of the bendy bones selected also in this. So maybe there's not a way. So if I scale, unless I scale everything together, things stay. Yeah, okay, so scaling everything together is fine. So that's great to know. So I can rescale then in need, provide I don't do it for. And then I can fix this not so badly, because if I take a value here and I set to all bones, provide the joints are selected, then probably I can do the same with the, right, manually. Alright folks, so here we have just created that new one, except the waves here are wrong. So actually there's no waves here because it was created from, it says duplicated but no waves, so we'll have to deal with those waves. This will be a bit annoying, but we'll accelerate the process. We'll do something more manually, right? We just get some protection and then we try to mimic the patterns that we've made for the other sides. But before that, we can already consider this to be symmetrized, right? No. So apparently I forgot to, yes, so the bendy bones have wrong naming. So it starts here. So we're gonna give it 001. Yeah, I'll do it manually because there's no, if I do here, you see it won't, because it always starts, instead of 000 or 001, it starts at nothing. So this is something they also should solve in Blender at some point, get a better calculation system. So I could pick this and place there, but I don't, yeah, I'm not quite confident is the best condition solution, because rotating everything here is like dangerous. You see the bones roll in some strange ways. I'm not I'm a bit concerned to doing this stuff. So we pick this and then we have to rename stuff manually, but that's okay. I mean the renaming is a bit more difficult because these are already set for the, but actually, yeah, the way to do this bounding box, okay, the z-axis, you see nothing works for this, all the stuff. Individual is even worse. Yeah, there's like, what about a 3D cursor? You see the bone is rolling anyways. It's just one though, or actually, yeah, it's not, I don't think it's not the worst thing, but then we'll have to refine the rolls. It might be annoying, and these bones have their axes really small, so this is a bad setup actually. Maybe we should augment these tips, right? I would like to know how to batch select only certain bones here in this rig. Oh, I think I know. Let's if this is correct, I don't think it's correct. Yes, there is a select. So, wow, I forgot that thing. I knew that. That's a very long time ago. So if we are in this bone layer, we can make sure of that. So I select the tweak. No tweak bones here. Select the handle. There we go. Then we go on the mouth, which also had handles. We see that the handles on the mouth weren't selected. Right? So This will be extremely handy. So bone groups has a great functionality that I totally forgot. So what we do here, we're gonna... Oh no, this doesn't augment the axis, folks. Never mind. We cannot solve this problem. Yeah, I remember I had this problem. I knew why. Yeah, so b-bone scale doesn't change the bone size, and therefore the axis don't the gizmo, right? Axis gizmo for the bones don't change size. So this is a problem that we cannot solve, that I don't know how to solve. So what's the problem? Why does that... What is this doing here? It's a lost bone. No, oh no, it's the this thing. So let's solve this. Okay, exterior first, then the interior, then same. We didn't symmetrize, or did we symmetrize? We didn't symmetrize. Why didn't I symmetrize? Because of I was thinking about something else. Forgot this one apparently. It's not... Oh, forgot that thing. Alright. Now yes. So everything's working except this parenting is incorrect. So this means that we need pick this. We should have fixed the name before symmetrize. But this is fixed. We see some... Okay, this is equivalent. That's fine. So here, this time we will get things right. So these bones will be parented to this. It's already so. It was just the name actually. So here we won't mess with the names this time. Did I solve the position? No, the positions. Okay, first the positionings. This is this bone is tilt, so let's fix that first. We can already lips lower left, right? Let's do that. Okay, let's get the names first fixed. It's like more basal stuff, right? So here we just change lip down profile to actual lip down. Instead of down we get lower, and this should change for everything. Lips lower. Okay, then we have the problem of the we have the problem of the the problem of the numbers, right? So here starts at 1. Let's do it manually, it's faster. 2, don't have to think. So sometimes that's okay. 1, okay, we cannot do it because of what? Upper profile, upper... Oh yes, it's actually it was wrong. We need to add some sort of... Okay, I got an idea. Okay, we need to add the left. So Ctrl F2, bones. We got set name suffix. We're gonna set L to this. So now the L go to the end. Now we're gonna do something like we want to strip the characters. Actually we gonna add a... Okay, first, because authorize it will go crazy, so take off the 0.00. There's no beyond 00, so and replaced by nothing. Then what we do is we'll have to delete manually the numbers. So after we add the numbers, which would be set name suffix 001. Now this won't work. Set name okay, let's set name 001. Let's see what happens. It's probably not gonna work. This worked, except that it has this one here, so we get, yeah, this one worked because there's still a number survived in here. This will 2, this will be 3, although we can do this and it will not work, of course. 003 and 004, but we need to take this off, and here we need to take this off, and this is hello Ash, você tá tentando fazer a universal mount? Não, ainda não. This is not the universal mount. This is welcome Ash, so bem-vindo. This is, but there are things here relative to that relate to the universal mount. I can show if you want. So here will be 2, yes, 1, 2, and 3, bendy bone 3. So what is about the bendy bone sonic mount here? That the last thing that I found, I wanted to tell you, but then it was a bit complicated and I hadn't 100% understanding. Yes. Thanks. So I still didn't have time to get full time into that documentation, right? Because I'm already too much into this stuff, right? Não, é que tem mais pessoas na chat, né? Tem um amigo russo, have my friend Alotsky there, from Russia. Ash is also an artist from Brazil, so we met recently in Discord, and he was, I think it was him that showed the sonic mount rig, or it was in that chat anyway. Someone mentioned it, and so yeah, he's also learning some stuff with spline skinning, I think, so that's interesting. Trying to make 3D cartoon adaptation from a 2D style, so that's kind of crazy. And then okay, so what comes, okay, just let me finish here. I'm nearly finished here. I was renaming, then I need to get these stuff here. Yeah, so here Alodsky, by the way, yeah, I need to know more about your artistic work. I think you have showed me something of some page, or anyways, at some point just show me something of your creations. I'd like to know more about what you create. Many folks here, like for example Dan Jung, also, and some other folks. Yeah, everyone. I try to that's just around. I like to know more about the people that participate here. Right, it's interesting. Despite the focus here that I have to have here, it's always inspiring to know what other people do, right? I think you have already showed, but I'm now sorry, right, I'm mixing some, I don't know exactly, I have some people talk more about, share more about their artwork, some people talk less, and so that's also something. For example, yeah, it's a bit confusing. So anyways, only if you want, right? I said 3D modeling is just a hobby. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I work as a welder as a fact. Yes, the Russian uh, is certainly a. I don't know how Russians look at these jobs, right? Uh, that so hobby is great. There's a long time. There's a time I even gave up in being a professional 3D artist in 2D artist, right? Because I was pissed as the all the it was very everything too complicated, especially in Brazil, right? Then no, I gave up on on the on being a professional artist. I decided to no, you know what? I'm gonna do something else just to all my life in terms of financial career, all that. Then I decided something else and keep doing my art as hobby. Then at least, and for many years it was good. So then I had the possibility to think differently. I want to become a teacher. It's true that now the plant is down. Oh, and I'm sitting at home and tutored on my side. Yeah, good for our part, bad for the other. What kind of what does that factory produces? By the way, it's so interesting. At some point, there are creative people everywhere. Like I was on a bus in a travel here in southern Brazil, and then sit at my side. Uh, a very creative person that worked in a factory also, and we start to talk about technology, and he was very into YouTube stuff, and he knew a lot of stuff. As we talked a lot, and that was very cool. So the art is for everyone. It's not, but there are people that eventually turn it into a career. But hobby can be great artists doing hobby, and professional artists usually are. It's complicated, right? It's like too much ego. Sometimes it's much better to be an artist as a hobbyist than right, even independent, making independent works, right, and make individual sales or just like artwork for public stuff. It's better. Of course, being professional will boost the possibilities of growth and everything, but it's about creativity. This is another story. Right? The real thing about art in hobby, what for me, what I really consider difficult, besides the ambition, right, which is something, dreams, ambition. The real challenge is actually. Ash, did you ask? Do you actually draw? Sorry, do you ask for me or for Alowski? I do. I came from. I think I told you already. I come from a 2D 2D art stuff. So the difficult thing about that I think, right? Yeah, for me. So yes, I actually draw. For example, this character. I draw for a very long time, right? I started with I'm probably much older than you, Ash. I'm from the 80s. I'm old school guy. Old school. I'm very old. No, I'm from a very old an older generation, right? And so I have a long background in many things and artistic things, but I never really professionalized very well. I changed tried to change careers many times. It's crazy. I'm not gonna mention everything. Yeah, you're a kid basically. But kids are welcome here. Kids that learn Blender even more are welcome here. So be welcome. I'm joking. Kids. It's like it's not kids. It says nearly. Is because in the constitution of our country, jovens e adolescentes, jovens, né? Crianças e adolescentes, right? So what happens? Well, but you. No, I was joking, right? Jovens e adolescentes, you're nearly not an adolescent anymore, so I think it's maior de idade in Brazil is 18 years old. I should know this by heart, but by this time I studied education. I was to become an arts teacher at schools, professor de artes visuais. So bem no agora. Yes. No, I have like twice your age. That's it. Unfortunately, I don't yet have any completed works that I could show off. I'm at the stage where they are trying to replicate interesting details unmet. Oh yes, I see. That's já faço 18. Yeah, soon we'll make 18. So you have a lot time to learn ahead of you. So it's very good. I've seen your cartoon style. It's very creative. Your references in terms of 2D cartoons, I'd say they are very good. If I had as good references at your age, at my time, not that there weren't, but for example, we were chatting here, Alotsky and Dan Jung, another friend around here, we were chatting about some references style. So I mentioned ElfQuest, which American cartoon on the 70s, 80s, and yeah, he knew that. Occasionally, I think Alotsky probably also knew that, and that there are pretty cool things, but it's very different from what they do now, right? And so there are combinations of styles. There is history in stylization, right? So history of art, right? History of, how do you say, like there is a historicity, right? As there is historicity in science, in politics, in arts, there is a logical sequence of events that can be tracked down. So if an artist takes an influence from even graphic arts and stuff, right, takes reference from this and that, right, it's all can be mapped, not all, but many things can be mapped to certain styles. And so do you do model? I would love to draw some character sheets for you to work out. Well, I modeled this character, but I'm very bad at modeling a lot of stuff, so I'm not really a good modeler. I consider myself more I can say I'm a modeler, but I don't have a lot of experience in modeling lots of stuff, right? So I started on Blender by modeling, then I've got rigging. There's a huge step. Of course, it depends on the rigging type. So I cannot model. I would only model characters that I only model characters like as for a good reason. And because modeling is very time consuming, especially even though I can probably model characters from other styles, from other people, but it's not my inspiration to do that. I won't do spontaneously that. There's not any model out there in the world that, oh, I want to model that. No, I have no inspiration for that. If I have to model something, would be my character, or if someone pay me, or I would model. Yeah, so because I'm not a professional modeler, right? I don't want to be a professional model. I know that I have limitations for that. Perhaps if I specialize a bit more, I can become a good modeler, so that modeling other artists' models would be a piece of cake for me. But for me, it's very, very hard to model other stuff from other. I don't even try. I don't even try to. But for example, in forum Blender artists, some people occasionally offer, oh, I have a character I want rigged and I want modeled. Oh, you want to rig and model? Well, look, I can rig it for you, but I can't model it for you. Right. So yeah. If there is a project, perhaps a professional project or an indie project, something that has potential in my perspective, then oh yes, then let's do everything. Like I don't know, some so that would interest me, and then perhaps I would model stuff, right? Even characters. That, yes, but it would need to be an organized project, right? Because I know that it would take too much time, and rigging for me, it's rigging and 3D animation, right? That's what I would do a lot, rigging and 3D animation. That is much more like what I would do. So let's read more of the test. So unfortunately I don't, so I need to. Yes, returning just quickly to what said about the stage. Yes, I know that stage. That's fair enough. But it's not something like. Yes, we can tell this as a stage. But even at this stage, you must occasionally you may visualize that you have a style of your own that has potential and that is growing, and that should be growing. Hopefully it should be growing. And so it's like the style is a research, like a signature. Of course, people that are very creative character designers, it's not my case. They create shapes from their minds, crazy stuff. I'm not good at creating new shapes, right? So I'm not really that creative as a designer myself. I'm good at analyzing design though, and so patterns. I'm good at composition analysis, but I'm not a good composer myself in the creative aspect. So perhaps you have very good design skills, but the techniques you have currently are not ready for placing up some ideas that you might have. Of course, even so, the style is a combination of all that, right? And experience and experimentation. So it's okay not want to show anything at some point, but that's okay. It's but certainly you have a style, so that's interesting. Some orientation of what you're doing, so that's it's just not about copying and replicating. This we do all the time, but there's that said that artists steal, they don't copy. It's just the same thing, but what they mean that, yeah, you are creating stuff as you are copying, right? That's what it means, right? Yeah, trying at least to make original stuff as copying, while copying, right? I copied a lot, right? And taking from observation reference in drawing at least. Right? In the model, I've let to draw some character sheets for yeah. So drawing character sheets is very hard too, but that okay. I start on Blender by model there. Okay, got you. I was saying doing character sheets for your character just for fun. Oh, that that will be interesting, but I think you'd waste your time because this a different style. I don't have even for myself the model sheets for them. It is difficult, and then I wouldn't be able to. Although it should certain artists, they are very good at picking the patterns of other styles. Um, but thanks for the proposition. But I didn't found hard to model. I don't know. Yes, model. Yeah, are you young? So you have probably an inbuilt talent for that, or you found something like uh, spontaneously you can get creative work with modeling. So it's like maybe you've learned to do it second nature very soon. So this matters a lot, right? How soon someone starts learning something. And for artists, what I mean is not that artists can learn anytime. It's just that certain things are more spontaneously and easier when you start in the very early. That's the brain stuff, like the neuroplasticity of the biology of kids and young people. The youngest the person, even adolescents, the brain keeps evolving forever until we die. But the up to 25 years, and then they found out recently that even more, up to 30 years old adults, people, then the brain are still crazy, doing reshaping crazy. There's still a lot of neuroplasticity, but they thought, apparently this is what I've read about neuroscientists recently. So oh no, after 20 years old people are already very well shaped in personality. In part is right, but actually there's the rabbit hole of the it goes much one. Hello, Lalit Kachain. Yeah, so sorry if I don't know. I think it's from India. I'm not sure. Just an idea. Hello, I just joined. Welcome to the rigging channel. Can you explain what are you doing with those selected? Yes. So, sorry. This was just some of we're chatting a lot with people here and we're talking about our stuff. But what I'm doing here is mouth rigging. I was just smoothing out stuff that visually sounded right. But actually, what I'm doing here is the work I'm supposed to do here is actually to put these bendy bone splines in place, rename them properly, and then wave paint them, because we are making a proof of concept here regarding the how these lips should deform. So the cool thing about this is that I can have this kind of shapes forming, and we can totally use pose assets for this thing. So so we can, for example, I think I have an example here. So for example, I have a pose asset here. Those I'm calling lips, these structures here, right? Lips, profiles, bendy bone splines, because this is a bendy bone, this is a handle, bendy bone handle, just as these ones, and this structure here, maybe you already know, this is a bendy bone spline, this set. And okay, it's followed and it deforms the mesh because this is a deformed bone and you can rotate, and this moves out the group. There's no waves here yet. Here it moves, so it's still in progress. This concept is crazy. It relates to the Pixar, how they call it, profile curves, I think. I'm not copying what they do, but certainly that influenced me. I don't know what they do exactly. Sort of a cage mesh with profile curves with spline skinning method. I believe what this is a profile because it start out by okay. So I hope this gets some idea. And here I'm nearly finishing this setup here, I think, of placing those bones. We were at the renaming, right, of the splines. I think we finished that. Alright, so let's, I think I finished. So we'll see as we reassess these things. Okay, let's consider this one correct. They should be able to symmetrize now. Yes, and let's see if the parenting is correct, if everything, yes. Alright, so now we need to wave paint this, and rotate the wave paint of that. And this is how we get into the next stage here. Let's see what more there's in the chat. Sorry folks, let's see. I was saying doing character sheets for just for fun. Yes, I didn't complete the... it's a crazy idea. Thanks for... I take it as a compliment. But as I said, maybe this will be a bit too unnecessary. You don't need to do that. It's just... my characters, I have original character designs that I've been drawing this style for like 10 years. I've developed this, it's not that original actually, it's just very many iterations, but as, yeah, in 2010, by the end of 2010, here is the characters that I draw in a more, let's say, natural way. We have here to find these. Yes, so I just show here because it's faster. Here, so there's a topic here that's okay. This is a sister adaptation. Here are some, yeah, though I don't know if it this was scanned, right? So I don't know if the, so this is more like the character design that these characters here named Doris, but here is it's a different universe for the same model sheet. So this I'm doing is sci-fi, and while this was fantasy. So these are drawings I've made for like concept for them, right? Character design. They are not model sheets. I still struggle to model sheet though any of them, but now I get more practice with that. Certainly I'd like to see how other people draw that, but it's like not necessary, right? So your cartoons are very good already, so they're very expressive, so you have a lot already on your side to do, right, to explore. So but if you want to make, for example, a version of this style, yeah, like how they call this is a gift drawing, something like that, yeah, feel free. I really like this kind of but not model sheet. Model sheet is too technical. It's just for more professional stuff, for specific use, right? It's not and then model sheet is like it's more like yeah, it's much more project oriented. Like it's not something. Oh, that's great. I haven't seen lips rigged like that. Yes, actually neither do I. This is experimental rigging, but of course I didn't create this whole idea from scratch. Actually the idea Lalit, the idea of that came from a concept that actually a friend here in the chat gave me the idea in one of those lives, was to make a profile. So for example, I was trying to make this kind of splines. You see here, like the mouth was open that way, and I had some structure all around the mouth, like circular. This works. For example, the eyes had this kind of splines here, right? But then this wasn't work very well for the mouth, so and the ellipse. So then I decided to, then that friend gave that idea, why don't you do vertical, like a profile, right? Like this. I didn't have this. Oh, maybe this is interesting. I knew about some spline on the tip of the nose, something like that, but I never tried it. So, well, since I was considering making this, let's also make this and this, and then I made, and then the results are very impressive. And from that, in terms of maintenance of the character design, right? See, this is incredible. That's why. And then, well, maybe at some point it occurred me, why don't we do it for the lips? Because I was having a lot of difficulty in shaping the lips in still having difficulties, but then this is how I've reached this idea. But this is just the beginning of this. We have many more concepts to prove, like that, the proof of concept, and to experiment, and we are going to get this thing, I hope. Okay, so let's get to the wave painting here. So perhaps I should share my whips with you, I guess. Yes, sure, that will be very interesting. Work in progress, more drawings, more 2D, 3D, doesn't matter, models, whatever. Sure, I'd like to see those whips. Thanks, we're gonna check that. The character design, I think I do character design. I think it's fun. Yeah, that's very good, character design. Like, it's something. Yes, I want to see more of your. If you have more character designs, that's I'd like to see, because I like the stylization you do. Right, it's something also that is interesting for the kind of rigging adaptations I'm making. They relate to the style of characters I draw in some sorts. Way more stylized, right? More cartoony than my style, but that current style, but they are very expressive. I like that, these shapes. Predator Shaman, okay, then I just really love art, the diversity of possibilities that art can show that by human experience alone is beautiful. Yes, very good diversity. It's difficult to be like eclectic, to like everything, but it's not about liking every. The likes is something we can also learn. It's not, we don't need to learn to like everything, but learning how to appreciate different art forms and styles is actually very good. Even it doesn't mean we will become artists of that kind of, that we will be looking for to that artwork to watch that film or whatever. No, we make decisions. There are too many things to appreciate already. So, but the bad thing is when people, they are unable to, even artists, but people in general, anyways, including artists, they don't learn how to learn to appreciate new stuff, including new art forms. So what happens is that they get blocked, like they cannot. Yes, appreciation is something we can learn to a certain extent. There's theory about that, and that's very interesting. There's even a Brazilian art theoretician, which is famous, by the way. She was Ana Mai Barbosa. She was one student from the famous, world famous, renowned educator, Brazilian educator. It's Paulo Freire. Has publications worldwide in the domains of in the field of education, because he was he was a revolutionary educator. We can say that, but he was not a radical revolutionary. I mean, revolutionary in the sense that he was very thoughtful in his process. He understood education as a way to change the life of people in from the how they say, one of his best concepts were the it's used worldwide today. It's called ensino-aprendizagem, like teaching how do in English would be ensino-aprendizagem. That means that it's a dual way. The real education is a dual way learning and teaching. The person who teaches really actually learns from the people that is taught. It doesn't matter if it's kids, if it's adults, it's whatever, whoever. So translate, that will translate as teaching learning, like that. So this is Paulo Freire's concept, so far I know, and that this is yeah, so he understood that the community of learning, especially in poor public schools in Brazil and in other conditions, there was a need to understand the background of the learners, of the kids, of the people, even adults that missed school, that didn't complete alphabetization process. A lot in Brazil of people that didn't complete. So this is the social condition, right? So he understood that these people, they had backgrounds, and they had knowns that worth to be shared, and that through understanding their background better, to understanding their knowns, it was possible to learn from them and then teach them better. And so there was some sort of a spiral, positive spiraling in this process of teaching education. The teacher learned from the student, right? Yes, exactly, but it's not necessarily that the teacher is learned. For example, let's say a conventional history teacher or maths teacher. It's not that the teacher learns mathematics from the classroom. It's not in that, necessarily in that sense. The teacher learns something else. Perhaps if the teacher is smart enough, he would understand the difficulties, the challenges of the students, and from that he will improve his teaching methods, because he learned from them, because the things they don't know about the subject create problems for the teacher. Why I'm not capable of, why they are not learning? Then you start to understand why they aren't learning, and then you try to investigate that, and then then when you need to understand the context of the students, their life context, their social context, their whatever context, and then family context even, and then you cultural context, right? And then from this you start to visualize that there are ways that you can learn to teach better, and also learning from them other things, right? And that's I'm not an expert in all that stuff, but I have studied just enough to be able to tell this. So anyways, I don't remember why I've mentioned Paulo Freire at this point. Anyways, let's continue here, folks. So I need to wave paint, right? So for wave painting, what we know is that or what I know and you can't know from watching this live at this exact moment, if you pay attention, is that I have these hide vertex groups. They are not wave paint vertex groups for deformed bones. They are just like modifiers vertex groups, but actually it's even not that. My modifiers vertex group, I name all that with this mod thing, and then I name the modifier and then what it affects. And then the def form, all the deform is def, because and then we have some wrong control lips. Yes, this is, we have to revise, maybe they are orphans. And then there is this hide, which is for hiding the mesh, just like that. And this helps in wave painting. In this case of complicated melt rigging, it's very good to have this stuff, because then we can solve easily, use the mask stuff, get stuff out of the way. So here for this spline, what we're gonna use, we have some of this for the lips. So we have a whole lips thing. Anyway, we can have seams, so you have a seam select linked by seam, so you can also do this, but this could be useful sometimes, so we do this. In case we lose the seams, we can still have this, okay. Then there's a lip top, only for the top lip. There's a lip top outer, because we start layering the lips for this, exactly to use this to paint, wave paint this. But this, yeah, it starts to get complicated, right? And now if I wanted, so it's problem for blurring, but here what I'm gonna do, since we have this, I'm gonna use this. So I'll start with the outer. This selection we're gonna use, and this will be good enough, except that we need to, okay, this is not the bone itself, this is the hide vertex group, so this is not where we're gonna wave paint. We can't, because it is locked anyway, so this is we know that it's impossible right now, and good that it's impossible, otherwise I'll be ruining my right. Now we don't do that, so that's why I locked them. Then also, now we have a mask, also because of the selection. So some part of the mesh was hidden on edit mode, some part was selected, and the part that is selected with this, for example, so you select this for hiding and also for selecting, so that we can, with stuff is hidden, facilitates our process. We can take off the mirror modifier also on, actually, yes, because this is actually shows in pose mode, unfortunately, so this is not like edit mode, so it's here that we must disable. Then there is the mask, but when the mask, paint mask or vertex selection is enabled, we cannot pick bones, so we need to actually, because we will have to shift bones, we need to unmask here, and then look for the, I'm trying to compare the waves just to get a good assessment of what we should do here, to not get too much different waves. I see it will be a bit harder, because now this regular stuff, okay, we will try to, okay, so I'm gonna hide this because they are be on the way. Yeah, they will be on the way, so we hide that, then we unhide later. So this said, we'll start with this, sounds okay. Then we mask, and we want to give some share of waves here, so you can maximize waves here, at least in this region. Yeah, this will get some, this area is very critical, so we're gonna get this here. I think we can stop by now. We can probably blur very small there, and this area here in the corner, yeah, we need to blur the extremities, so this not gonna be very regular, but that's fine. The lips are not regular, very regular anyways, so this should be good enough for this. We can certainly test, but then we need to unmask. Then let's see if this spline has any. Okay, so the deforms are not very interesting. Well, they work. Let's see to which extent. Okay, you see we have some problems here. The bone is getting offset, but the deforms are happening. What about here? Well, it's not that accurate, so we need to solve the wave painting, right? Because when we didn't, before we created that, this probably had interpolation, too much waves here, so it is strongly affecting. Or maybe it's this one, maybe these ones are now also, yeah, this one. So we need to perhaps solve from here. Yeah, look at these waves here, this is too much, we don't want anything like that. So this takes time, right, for this rig, so this is a complication for this rig. So this would be a reason not to recommend this rig for anyone who wants perhaps a quick melt rig that works. So this is not, so this is a disadvantage, but maybe we can get it faster, more efficient if we learn other additional tricks, and we are experimenting, so it's normal that would take more time. So now let's see how, if that deforms a little better. Let's reset the pose. Let's like this. It still deforms a bit weird there, but also the position of this spline still seems to be a bit twisted. But yeah, here we haven't solved this, rotate these waves, but here we see that it has some interesting improvements. What is happening here? I think we need to move them together, and then okay, we start to see some flexibility here, and so we could do much better for all this. I've just made the work faster so we can progress in the tests we want to do. So let's wave paint now here, but in this case we'll need another selection because this is already the mid part in the layering process. So we unselect this, we go on vertex groups panel, and we go on lip outer. We can turn this, bring this down, so lip top middle. So and so what we do here now, it is a new selection. Then we get here and we go here and we take off the mask. It was already off, so we select the bone. It has no wave paint yet, and so we take off the mask. Let's compare. Yeah, so I painted from here to there, so we'll do similar for this bone, but on this new paint region, and we're going to mix some. So I think it was up to here, so we can blur, we can, yeah, give very strong waves here nearly everywhere. That's okay. Then we start blurring later. The important is that we get the important strong waves, and here we can blur, yes, but then to get some blue things there, yeah, this is fine, but don't get too much into the area of the other one. Small waves should be okay. I can assess this if that is appropriate, but I pretty much think that will be okay, provide this might already not be so okay, but yeah, and this is certainly not okay, so we shouldn't be sharing those waves too much, otherwise there will be those crazy interference. We want some blended waves, but not much. So here, because there is the other bones surrounding, right, we want to blur the interface. Although maybe it's not the best idea actually, but because it's shared waves, the ratios will calculate whatever. So it's not because there are less waves here and less waves here on this interface that these won't have maximum waves. It will have, they will just share differently, but eventually it will be equal to 1. So there's a risk in doing that, however, and the risk is that if there are other things affecting, other deformed bones affecting these waves, then they will drag or push this wave, this vertex, with more force. So actually this might not be a good idea, but let's continue in this, at least for now. It's how I've set everything, so I don't want to retake anything. The other approach would be to paint this interface, not here, but this one, not the exterior nor the interior or this border, but these borders in between the bendy bones. These perhaps we should max wave, so it will be more complicated just to wave paint this one and this one, and all of them while in these relations with the sides here and here. But for the interface between this and this, maybe all red in the center and then all red in the center for this too. So the mask here goes, yeah, so it would be easier also to wave paint if I did that. So because there's no real reason to blend waves here. I'm thinking. Let's see how this behaves, just curious. We have this set here. So if this deformed, well, it deforms well, so that's fine. But maybe it would deform even better if you had that thing full wave. So I'm not sure, something to try out. This is how we develop here, so we go testing stuff until something, of course not blindly, we always have some purpose and some proof of concept to do. And if you have been watching the live stream, you know what I'm talking about, because we've reached all of that in many weeks, or yeah, this 1 week of working on that, and very crazy progress we have done so far, and there's a lot of potential. Okay, so these waves are strange, that we need to assess this one. So for this one, what we're gonna do is the next vertex group, which is lips inner, so we go there. Actually it must be the selection first, so the selection is in edit mode. Yes, this selection is okay because the middle is there and the inner is, actually I think there is a mistake here. It looks like a mistake. Check where this adds waves. Yes, there are excessive. Maybe I did for the outer two. Maybe it's a pattern of blending that I've made. Yes, it's a pattern, so okay, but it worked, so we don't bother. Let's respect this. I don't think it's bad, but I don't see reason for this right now at this point. So we are going to paint this one, and for this we need to know the waves for especially this one. So apparently. So it's like, yeah, actually we were doing something like this here. Okay, here we know what it should be, so let's start already. So there'll be lots of waves here, then here this is something where we'll blur, and here will be also, which should blur especially in the corners. Then here we can blur more in this interface here, and we probably want some, yeah, in the mouth corners here. It'll be difficult region, but here we go, and here we get this thing, and here also, yeah, respecting that idea, we will also blend here. And so now this whole set of how's it called, lips profiles bendy bone spline is wave painted, and see the result, right? This is beautiful now, and this is, so it works. Look how it deforms appropriately now. Now we can talk about mouth rigging. So it was not a waste of time. So long I missed that spline, right? That set of bendy bone splines, right? So long we missed that. For so long, I mean, we missed that. So long is another expression. I always mistake that. Oh, this is good. This is good. Look at how the shapes form. Of course, we don't have waves there, but there is where the crazy plans start. But this is another question. So the great thing here is that this, as a proof of concept, we needed more of those ones. And not only that, actually, let's see how this shapes. I'm confident it's okay. There's something about how this deforms in not exactly the way we want here, but let's make more. I think the orientation of the spline must be more aligned with the place we are. It's a bit tilted, and the mesh is a bit disoriented. So you see, maybe this is not good for the deforms, but it still works. It's just not that accurate. We need to get good alignment, so in relation to the spline, the wave painting, and the mesh geometry. But in terms of mesh, yeah, except for, of course, we need to retake this spline still, so we are not done yet. The cool thing is this is mirrored. This would affect the mesh on the other side. It's already mirrored. You don't have to. So there's no waves here. So we are not yet done with this. Since we are here, let's continue. Let's retake these ones, right, folks? We are going to start from the where we stopped, right, with these things, and now we can probably retake everything here. Yeah, we don't want these things. Look at that. That was horrible waves there. This is old work. Just a few days ago. We are going this time to be more aggressive here with these waves on the corners, because we had too much problems in the corners, because it has lower waves here and too much waves there. It was all wrong. And so now we can, yeah, we're gonna blur a lot here because we don't really want this influence. And here we can have some very low influence there. Yeah, we can blur. No, not that way. Sorry. Yeah, so here we can blur all that, and here we can blur here probably, and then here this part we can also blur, and then this area too, and there it is. So this should be much more. Okay, of course, this is just the front, the back one. We don't see everything yet, the results that we want, and there's still this spline we need to solve, and then perhaps retake this one too. I wasn't considering retaking the waves for every. No, we don't need for. Yeah, no, we should require, right? Let's solve that. Yeah, so more work, folks, to do here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, 4. So since we have this, let's already go for this, right? Let's do all in a row, right? So this one is the. Okay, no, I can't do this one. I had the. Okay, we can't do that. So this is for the. We can at least, yeah, we can use this to retake that one at least. So now we need reference to know what we will be doing here. So here we subtract everything here first. Can take off this. We just want waves in the very in the beginning, near the clipping, yeah, the clipping, from the clipping region of the mirror modifier. Then here we can already start blurring a lot, and here we, yeah, gets those low waves, they are blurred out, that's it, that's something like that. And then here the other side, then blur. Here we don't blur, it's a clipping region, we want max waves because that is this bone is supposed to have same waves in both sides, and it helps that it is exactly in the intersection vertically. Otherwise there are some problems with bendy bone splines when they meet in the center. It's just have to do symmetric. There are some issues, it's not very easy to do that. So now that we got that, this is done, there's nothing else we can do with this selection. So we start now with the last one for the top. So let's go on edit mode. This is time consuming, but we are progressing quite fast, I'd say, according to. So this is the. I forgot where we were at. I think it's the middle. Yes, the middle for the top, because this one wasn't. So you have still 2 for the only the top, right? So yeah, so here this is wrong, right? Wait, did I? Yeah, we didn't retake that, you see, it's all wrong. So it's not all wrong there, it's not, doesn't seem very adequate. So let's just get some cleaning up here first, and then we see what we can do. So here this sounds okay, then we get max waves here. Of course we could pose these lips, right? Could be better to assess, to work with this. Let's see if we can do something relative to that. We have these main controllers. Yes, this is a good idea. Here doesn't work. Okay, so this was kind of beneficial to do this. We could also push the mouth bone, but that will take too much. Or let's see if we can do this just from this, and then so actually it's the middle one that we were wave painting. Okay, this the 002 is the correct one. So we need to take off the blur, lot of stuff here. Here there's too much here even, so let's take off these waves. Let's re-blur in that direction. Okay, make sure this, yeah, don't need to be accurate, but yeah, try to get everything here. It's good to have, yeah, let's blur a lot in this, because we see there's too blue, deep blue in the corners. This should have blurred, but this shouldn't be so low. So let's get more strength in this region, and then the other areas can be lower. Here I'm not sure about this part. We can compare, right? So for example, compare, yeah, this is actually we see that the waves are stronger there, so we need to consider that. Okay, so this one is quite bad. We can continue here with that. We've just did that, so the retake is for the middle one, so the middle spline here would be that, and here is where we should take off this weight. So this is probably one of the things that is causing havoc in this Lips rig. All these waves are just ridiculously excessive, unnecessary. There are wrong stuff. Here I'm wave painting that, but then I want to compare with the this wave, this bone, not this bone, okay. Looks like we need repainting here, or did I? Yeah, looks like we've got something wrong here. We lost some waves. I'm not sure. I don't have auto normalize option, no, so it's impossible. I don't know how these waves got wrong, but anyways, they seem to, so it's more like here, so that's accurate enough. So let's protect. Actually, I'm painting on the wrong bone. Hold on, this was very bad from my part. Oh no, this is sorry, this is okay. We need to hide these control bones, but not yet. They were used for reposing, not taking this job right now. We need to okay, so hold on, selection. This is behind, this is behind, this is the next one, and this is the bone, the bendy bone that we'll use as a reference. Okay, so there's something about this vertex here, it is red, okay. So then we protect, but this is not, yeah, I'm getting, so here, I see. Okay. So we're in the middle, right? No, I still have the wrong selection. So yeah, so these bones are confusing me, so I need to, there's a better way to deal with that, and we know already we need to be on, for the armature we select all the controls at once, and then we hide. All right, now they won't be on the way. Let's go back in here. Let's find out. I don't even know what is the selection is, right? So I don't have a selection. This is bad. So I think I was working on the middle one. So let's go back here on the spline. So the layer is the, yeah, this should be the, it doesn't look the middle one though. The lips, let's see. No, the lips continue. Okay, I'm not crazy. It's really the middle one, even though that is not very good looking. So here, what we can do here is, for the middle one, yes, we need to continue blurring that, so that's fine. This here we can blur this outer regions, and here we got some, yeah, okay, this is the stuff here. All right, this is ready. For the middle, for the second spline on the top, we got it, and for the middle on the sides spline, we apparently got it, except for the top region. Then there's probably wrong waves here because it didn't assess the lower. Yeah, look at those waves, too bad. So now let's go for the retakes on the inner, so inner top, right? So yes, inner top, and then we start working with this one. This is very wrong, of course. It's not this, this is this stuff we need here. This is the last one. Then we, well, I think this was retaken already, so we did it apparently. Yeah, I think I did it. This is the 003, okay. This seems to be incorrect, unless yeah, it's confused because of this distance. This looks like already the side, right? This looks very bizarre, so it looks like, yeah, no, this is completely wrong. So I'm not really sure how we got to this stage, right? So we're gonna try to fix that. So basically these waves should be blends and quite low waves. Maybe I have a little too much here, but that's okay. It's probably not a big problem. Here we can blur here and that, especially around here, and we need to have, yeah, okay, so this should be enough for this, and then the middle for, no, this is the inner, sorry, we are working on the middle protector, right? And here, yes, we didn't retake this one. We need to take off waves here. We can blur these on very low waves there, but here it seems that there's too much waves here. Let's push this here, something like that, and then we start blurring. Yes, this is good. Maybe we can have a bit more waves here to start that corner, but then we need to immediately start taking this off. I think this is wrong. We just want to blur this. Okay, let's leave it like that. Then here we can probably get some more blurring all around, and that is fine. So now there's the front. I think all these are solved. What is, okay, so this is the lower. We don't touch it now. This, I know it's wrong. We just couldn't paint from these protectors. So we need, I know that this one is wrong apparently, this front, but we solved the front for here, but we need to probably go here and let's reset this pose because it's not okay. I think it's better now. Okay, now this is not better. Maybe there are some waves from here at the top. Gonna reassess that. It's not clear what's going wrong for these waves. Yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. It should be bad, but not that bad. Should be just like something regular like that we don't see, of course. Yeah, it should be some movement like that. Shouldn't be. So here we cannot give up on this thing until we complete. We need to face the challenge, right? This is really a challenging process because it's too slow progress. Takes too much time to wave paint these things the way it requires. Maybe there's an automation that I'm missing. Yeah, there will be auto waves. Auto waves could help, but I'm afraid. Yeah, it's not the time for auto waves. We could if that was the case, we should have done from the start, right, folks? Do you have any other automation possibility for automation besides that? I'm thinking if we have some. I'm thinking about the subdivisions. Yeah, never mind, never mind. We'll think about the automation later. It's also good that we try out wave painting this thing in some ways manually, even it's not optimal, so that we can learn. Oh, that method works like that. It's just too slow. It's just too complicated, too annoying. So avoid. Try something else. Okay, now it's this spline that I need, and this is front. So top, front, outer, top, outer. Okay, so this is the last thing for the front, and select that, select this, and I believe this particular bone here has got very wrong waves. Of course, don't need this layer. No, actually, it seems to be. It seems that we have had it right, so except that we can blur this thing. Yeah, and that was all. Maybe a bit more here, and that's it. Nothing else here. Maybe, yeah, and then nothing else. So what we can do, however, is make a quick sign assessment here, and that's it, folks, for the top. Oh, this one seems to be wrong, right? Look at this strong waves here. This doesn't look right for the side, and also look how it is bold in here. It looks like we forgot. Yeah, it shouldn't. And now for the bottom, of course, we will fix in a minute, because yeah, it's the layer, the protector. So okay, so this is very wrong. So this is what's causing the hard deform. So we probably got the pose got us a bit confused, so that's why. So we thought that, oh, we are doing a good job. No, we are not. We were not. We were actually disrupting the wave painting here. It can be okay to have some influence there at the beginning, but then even in the end we didn't finish quite well how these waves blended. So yeah, it was pretty inaccurate, that one. I'm still not confident, totally certain that these low weights are good, right? So this will require proof of concept, very slight, but at least something to just to be reassured. So here we shouldn't be. Yeah, interesting thing here. So actually something that I forgot. So I was blending waves there, didn't I? Did I? No, I'm not sure. Anyways, we could assess this another time. So now finally for here we going finally to the lower area. So really annoying that it took so much time, but now we gonna do all in a row. So front for all. We'll start from the back side. So we can hide these bones. That's all we need. Maybe this one too. And then actually let's push this up if it helps. So now we get to the vertex group panel. Let's find the bottom outer lip on edit mode. So it will be inner lip, actually. Start from behind. Then here we got on wave paint mode, we pick that, we get here, we a lot of comments to solve this thing, so that's why one of the reasons probably people hate wave painting. So our case here is particularly complicated. So if it weren't for those crazy steps, I would probably have given up this thing and be destroying my keyboard, my mouse, my computer. Yeah, most likely. Or I'd be having perhaps live streaming on the duration of 10 hours. 10 hours a day without live stream, something like that. Yeah. So you don't. Okay, a quick proof of concept here. I don't think, yeah, no, this won't be good enough. I was considering, what if I don't make the blurring inside in the intersection between these bones themselves, because this is all about the lower lip, but then the lower lip is not equivalent very well to the top lip, so we wouldn't be able to assess very well. The bottom lip deforms much better anyways. We could it would be difficult to realize spontaneously, oh, this is better because of what, because it was already better anyway, so it could lead us to wrong assessment. So not good enough to get to the point. So here the middle one, okay, except that this is not the correct protector. The correct protector is this one. And now here we need to take off these waves, so we get to subtract here. We don't need, so I'm the inner for this bone. So here I believe these waves can be stronger for the lower lip, so towards the side, but we still need to verify what is the pattern that we are creating. I see something crazy here. Yeah, I think I started by here, but actually I totally forgot that we needed to retake, or maybe I didn't. Now I don't even know. Yeah, but this looks very wrong anyway, so maybe we didn't. Yeah, this is the corners, right? We don't have a corner, it's top and bottom lip protectors, and they go all around the center to the corner. So there's not like something, oh, this is for this, only for this. No, this like shears some from the top and the bottom. So this is why we need to retake this from each region, right? So maybe it's not very good, maybe we can get this better, but at least it's a way to have it organized. Just must be careful not to forget anything. If some waves are slightly wrong also, it's not the end of the world, but it has, because the lips for this character design are so delicate. In general, lips are delicate for any character that it has some degree of. Okay, so this is getting annoying. So yeah, I just cannot control this. So never mind. Let's leave it like that. Okay, it was actually a bit blurred, so let's accept that, and then that's fine. And then let's just blur the rest, and that's it, like that. Now inner to consider here. This is correct. No, this is incorrect. So we painted here what was for here. So yeah, exactly. So mistake. Fortunately, so this attention is very important, as we can see. What is this? This probably is that, because this is has some crazy waves there. So yeah, and we need to take that off. But no, there's something else here affecting. Maybe it's waves from that. No. Yeah, you see, this makes no sense, so let's take off. Yeah, it's rogue waves, so our method requires us to reassess this thing. So what about this? Should we consider? Yeah, now it starts to get a bit complicated. Let's see. This has waves in the corner. This try to take waves from the corner in the bottom. This is where maybe our system needs some improvement, folks. So I know that this is not what's causing this maybe this bulge here is oh, of course, this is probably because we haven't finished here. Okay, but yeah, now let's see how far. I'm concerned is some bones here, they take waves from the bottom lip. This will be very bad. Yeah, this, you see how this is inadequate. So we'll have to find a way to, I think there's a better way to do that, right? So actually let's go and take the whole lip up, right? Lip top. Okay, let's, and then for whatever bone here we have this, right? No, we cannot invert them, not in this case. We need to pick this, although it would be easier if we could invert, right? So let's make this possible. There's another approach that we hide everything except for the yeah, we hide everything from that mesh except for the lips, and then when we invert the selection, it's a bit dangerous because all the mesh must be hidden, so we need to at least make sure that, otherwise we could be wave painting every thing inside as we invert. So this means that if I have this selection, I can invert for this, although this is not necessarily the lip top. So this is lip top, we see there, it goes until this face, and lip bot, yeah, lip bot goes up, so it's like this confuses the system, and what we see is that the lip, and yeah, so I don't know where should I take waves out. This starts to get annoying. We should be doing things though in a more natural way, and this means that for this we could at least try to see if anything goes too crazy there, we can probably just take off, right? So let's try to get things. Yeah, so this is the corner. The corner lips, should they be taking waves from? Yes, it's very, no, it's not irregular, this is the front, so the front don't take things from the back. That's okay, but that's a bit confusing. This is okay, and then this is okay. Yeah, it's oh, look at that. We see we have some. Now we can invert this, but it won't be perfect. We see these wrong waves here, so this is something about the inner one. Okay, found a mistake. So it was causing errors, terrible stuff. So here's C. Well, we could make an auto waves tests here actually, folks, just to just to test out, right? So we can save. But first, let me try to fix that and see how good we get this. Yeah. Right. So this is really time consuming and annoying. I'm doing everything right. It's just that those settings are, for many reasons, this is very complicated. So maybe this is really the problem of auto waves, is that this is spline skinning. I don't know how, if auto waves works well for bendy bones and spline skinning. This is something I would yeah, it's like not the thing for auto waves. It doesn't seem like the thing for auto waves, but maybe it works just fine. I don't know how Blender understand bendy bones, for that matter. So the lip top outer, I think. Yeah, so we need to get this bone to get okay, it just don't work. Lip top outer, right there we go. Then we get here, and this bone has got crazy waves there, which we can just remove finally. Yeah, and then in the center also it has crazy waves. So I probably either I forgot to so now we need to, yeah, and then the vertex groups need to go back. So this method is certainly not perfect, but if it weren't for this, I probably would never be able to be that precise. So here we get this, and we get here. Okay, we see that in this protection, this is the maximum it goes, the inner. So just to make sure, so select top inner, select top inner, select top middle. Yeah, it's the inner that we must check. So I see some strange waves there. Okay, so it's definitively the middle is compromised. So this is probably the shared stuff that how I set those things the first time. I have to reassess all that, right? So I thought I was doing things correctly, but for this whole process it ends up being way worse than I expected. So here, except it's for this bone, and we see already where it gets very messy. We could take this all off, then go for yeah, we see how this influence they go. So this is why we had strong influence there that went so far. So this is quite complicated, right? So I'm really tempted to do this auto waves, considering I've been considering how much complicated this gets. So the way to do it that with auto waves is to, in principle, it should be taking all the waves from scratch. So if we do this, should symmetrize also, we should immediately see the result. So not selecting, wasting time with the selection, just get bendy bone splines. Yes, okay, select the invert, that's fine. Then here we go on wave paint mode with that selection of bones, and then we go to assign automatic from waves, and then automatic, yes, okay, there's the selection. Let's see what it did to the waves. So okay, it apparently worked in doing. The question is, are those waves enough? Yeah, they are not red. Yeah, they are weak waves. They are quite irregular stuff sometimes. Maybe I forgot to save, but at the same time I'm so annoyed by those the difficulties I had there, that I'm ready to remake a whole system to wave paint everything here in a new approach. I was getting good results, but let's see how the automation understand that. So far, even though the waves sound a bit strange, maybe you can blur something. The result seems quite appealing so far. Let's see. Here it looks like we didn't wave paint very well that part. Yeah, so with some mistakes, right, we can blur, expand. I think that would work. Might be feasible. So yeah, so here we see there's some, it often in the back side it gets some complications. The corner seems to be a bit bad though. Maybe we'd do better if we checked these, right? Okay, we can pause. Maybe it's better. Yeah, so you see, it's not that great, but it's not bad too. It's just it's more, maybe because it's all automated and it gets this result, it's a bit more than mediocre. Need retakes, but then there's another system. So I'm gonna save this as new file. So the 18th already. So 110 lips. Maybe we forgot. We have a wrong naming there. Yeah, not time to change this. So I have this binding pose state. Yeah, lips wave paint. Then alright, so how do we solve that thing? We are going to use an operator, maybe more than one. Of course, we need to protect the lips for that, and in this case yes, there's the problem to see what all the bones are doing. We can do something only for the bottom lip and for the... Okay, I got an idea. So I've got an idea, folks. We can protect for these ones, but the problem is that they were already wave painted in ways that may be already extending what I really wanted. Yeah, this is bad. This is not... Yeah, We can take this off, but it will be time consuming, so I'm thinking, so we cannot use the operators, folks. Can we redo the wave auto waves with protections? Let's take a look. Maybe we did the wave paint without protection, then we got things wrong. So let's try this. And then we go back here. We select the. Okay, we need the on pose mode, perhaps. Yeah, pose mode. Then we go here on the mesh. We have here we. No. Okay, they are selected. Yes. The bendy bones are all there, and then we got waves, and then we assign automatically from weights again. Now let's see. No, they really insist in auto waves don't protect, don't get layer the mask protections. Bad news. That means that this kind of automation would be very bad for, yeah, for certain process. On the other hand, it is true that I was considering wave painting the mesh there, so actually this is not so tragical. The smooth, however, okay, this is valuable information, folks. I need to note that, otherwise I never remember this properly. So wave paint auto waves don't respect mask, no, not mask, don't respect height, this is my nor vertex, no, not paint mask. But what about vertex select? Because this is interesting, because wave paint is so clean. Remove vertex sign which are not required active. Does this actually take wave? No, it didn't do nothing. Okay, so let's try for this selection. No, I don't think this is selected. Deform pose bones. No, this is probably wrong. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't know. If I, okay, let's load because I don't know what I have done here. So we got the, go back on this, we select only the bendy bones, we go here, we get, we need a selection, we go wave paint mode, we go vertex paint with these bone selections, we go assign automatic from waves, and we set, yes, that's it, automatic and nothing else. So here, as we check the bones, no, they still, so vertex selection doesn't work. Alright, so this, we got this. We cannot smooth. If we smooth, we get all that affected. So the positioning of the bendy bone splines matter. We say that is acceptable result, especially for the bottom lip and maybe some, yeah, the lips corner have some issues. Maybe we should just, the worst one is the lips corner. Actually, that was the most difficult part. So let's just solve the waves for this, right, folks? That should be enough. So auto waves is a good method for this, but well, maybe not a good method. It's faster. It kind of solves the stuff that we need, but it's not perfect. So, but because it is so much faster, so much faster to get the basic stuff that we need, might be good to consider just for then it will depend, of course, of the retakes. If the retakes are too bad like they are now to make, it's like we might have to, yeah. So I cannot understand how to solve these deforms here. There's no way I can understand what's going on, or how did that happen. Okay, this is behind. Okay, this mesh gets crazy. So yeah, you see, very, it's dangerous. So probably here same thing happened to that bone. No, yeah, somewhat. Yeah, this is very. So this, it wouldn't have occurred if it was the mouth interior was another mesh, but then this also happens, and this yeah, so this is not even regular. This is like from behind. So this is mediocre. Dangerous to use auto waves because, so this is not the end of the world, because we can still do something radical here. I'm afraid that my last backup was, okay, I have a last backup here that is like 10 minutes ago, just 10 minutes ago. So I think this was right before auto wave. So okay, folks, so we'll rely on that, and we're gonna do something more natural this time, right? I'm really annoyed by this stuff, right? We just need to protect the, yes, I know what we need to do. We'll create the side thing, because the side is like the most critical part that we're not able to assess properly. So we'll try to do it visually. So this is a corner, this is a corner, lips corner. Then we grow here and grow here, and this is the limit of this thing, folks, for the corner. Then we're gonna create a new vertex group that will be hide something. Yeah, we cannot. So hide lips, top, bot, could be right after. So lips corner, lips B corner, right? Then we move it, sort by name, right? Maybe we don't need those inner out. This was like interesting idea to get organized, like some sort of better, more analytic than auto waves, right? in the sense of precision that we conceived. Corners we assign here, we select, okay. And so what we're gonna do here is that we just will get insane in those things here. I don't want those bones affecting. So there's something I can do here to improve the that I should have been tried to do before, right? So we're gonna select all this, we hide. So now there's only the bendy bones. Okay, it's not simple to. We also hide the bendy bones from the other side. They would be symmetric. So this will be much simpler, right, folks? We are going to use. Oh, the chat is not appearing. Sorry, folks. The teacher learned from, yeah, so nothing new from the chat here right now. So all right, so this is the selection. For each bone we gonna, yeah, see that craziness, we going to delete this stuff. This is what I prefer. So yeah, just 0 doesn't need to be subtract here, but must be draw. Take off this. It's just annoying that we need to be doing this like that. Here, maybe even here we would like to resolve these things, right? Because it's time for another approach. Now for this, yes, these are actually, hold on. Okay, so maybe don't touch that, and that is fine. Let's see, for does it take waves from. Okay, don't see waves in the lower lip, so this is already good. Here the only thing that these waves here are just non-blurred, so we need to solve that. And I think the way to do this, so here instead of allowing that kind of waves, we're gonna Control E and Shift K. So we're gonna make some subtracting logic here, and in this way we expect to solve whatever incoherence. So here this is what fundamental to create another thing, right? So that would help us solving the most critical part for our ellipse currently, which is the corners. And so I'm not sure if the waves here are adequate, but apparently we are, so we can always reassess this through, except this just has the frontal thing, so the generic thing for its side, so it's not like analyzed, but then picking those things all the time is just too time consuming. I believe it would be better to do it like from maybe in a less organized way, right? But at least we don't spend too much time, right? So the idea here, so since I have these ones for this area only, we can kind of work on that, right? So here the idea would be blurring the outside and this part there. I'm wave painting, I'm not blurring, so okay, I did already wrong. So here we do that, and for this part we don't need to, well, should be, yeah, should be. It's not like, and then we can probably get very low waves here. That should be okay, but the middle part here should be, yeah, you see, without the distinctions a bit, it's also hard to visualize exactly where is the, especially because these colors, yeah, you don't see the materials, so it's like, so maybe we need to do something like that. All right, so Rasputin is in my head, the the music. Rasputin, never around the Russian cream. Never gonna catch yet. And I don't know, but it's a catchy song. Have you ever thought about going to bed before sunrise? I will tell you what I haven't thought. Is that I was so immersed in these findings in during live streaming of the mouth rigging, right? Because conceptually things were evolving pretty fast the last days that I seriously thought that I'm adapting, right, to the current circumstance. I seriously thought that it wasn't Sunday today. I thought when I wake up I was certain that it was like Friday, or yeah, so it's like, what? I thought my calendars were all wrong. I didn't see the time pass so fast. Never happened something like that to me in my entire life. Like, perhaps I might have thought, maybe I'm getting old. I've thought already. Of course, this happened because my condition currently allows this creative, at least for some while, but at some point, yeah, this will be terrible. It cannot happen again. And yes, in this, it never happened to me something like that. Like, to have this idea that I have lost is like a warp in time. I started to get preoccupied and started to look at notes. Even lost an important assignment because of that. Actually, 2 assignments. So, and I just didn't realize until it was too late. So it was very curious. I believe this is because this thing is so important to me as an artist, as a rigger. The findings that I have been doing in this last week were exceptional. So it was, but it's not the first time that I found exceptional things in rigging. So this shouldn't be happening again. But it happened, so it's like unbelievable. Never happened to me something like that. close perhaps, but not to that extent. This was just too much. If it were on Friday or Saturday, okay, but no, it was like before even the weekend, so this is very, very bad. On the good side, at least, the progress here has been gigantic, right? So, but it won't happen again. So, I must be more careful about my management time here. So, also I've been live streaming for not a long time, so there's some, and never live streams for so many hours. This is something I've started very lately, like a few weeks, that this practice of live streaming for so long, right? This is really something new to me, entirely new. I didn't even thought that would be possible. So this is part of this discovery and the challenge that I'm setting myself to. This experimental stuff, like it means everything, nearly everything to me. Also because I'm doing this with this character, this project that is very important for myself. So, but it's an investment, right? I'm doing this as an investment. And that mistake cost a little. A little bit. Now I have to deal with that, but that's okay. So it's not the worst thing. It just can't happen again, or else I may consider that I'm starting a dementia process at relatively young age, or something crazy like that. But you're right to be concerned. This is certainly not good for many aspects of existence. I've heard an awful story, but never mind, concerning people that work at night time and that have to change their biological clocks weekly because they have to work, how to say, swap with workers. I don't know if it's true. They had to swap with colleagues so that everyone worked at proportional amount of days in a month at night and that day. So they had to swap like weekly for some arbitrary reason. It's already complicated to realize that taxi drivers, for example, and some people that work at night time, right? It's certainly not a good habit. It's non-natural, right? And then those folks, they have to work on those times, and then. But that case is also even more bizarre. They have to be swapping clocks, biological clock, weekly, so forth. So that's something that never occur to me until I've listened to that story. Yeah, so now, okay, those are not wave paint, these are just the wave paint groups are here. So I need to blur these regions, and for this I need to find the proper layer. So I think it's the corners here. But it's an old one. Yeah, so if I invert, I have this problem that those things are selectable, but I want to wave paint the top one. So okay, that should have done it. Then I need to work on these bones here and start taking off. Yeah, I see. So here blurring this, but without the same protectors that I had before, so this is slightly complicated but feasible. I want regularity at least for now, but this is probably garbage. I'm gonna change that system. Too much complications. Here we gonna get back here, and yeah, I'll have to deal with that same problem over again just a few times here, and then this is the last step. It just occurred to this one because yeah, so here should be okay. All right, now finally we are approaching. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Oh, I've saved on the another wrong. Okay, let's save then this to here. Never mind, that what we had there before was junk. I just want to finish this and then we see what else can we progress here. I wasn't expecting this to be taking so long, so I was aware it would be annoying, but not that annoying. So right, so we take, so this is the side lips, that's right. Just looking at this, if there's anything going downwards, no. So these are, yeah, this is very wrong and this is very wrong. All right, so here you can already try something fancy like with that system, the new system, so you can lip corners and then, yes, actually not that, we need to go here in edit mode, select the lip corners like that, and from this we can also make this selection. I think that is enough. Yes, then we go here, then we go here, and then we try to, yes, so as we pick this bone, we will gonna take waves from maximum waves from this. Don't want waves here. There we go. Then here we protect maximum waves. Maybe this is why some riggers are so into wave painting. After all, they just had enough of wave painting. Now, you know what, let me just get the because they might have been wave painting for lots of cases, and then at some point, oh, you know what, I'm tired of this thing, you know, yeah, there's those auto waves, maybe, okay, what do I do to have auto waves to work? Oh, you have to do that, and that. Okay, I buy it. So they start using auto waves, and they start to make thousands of bones to get proper auto waves, just to not do a single wave painting. Maybe it's a good idea, but I think in certain case it will be good, very good. In certain other case it might be actually not really cost efficient, but then for themselves it is cost efficient in the sense that maybe they wouldn't stand the method for very well. So I kind of understand, but yeah, interesting to know these aspects. Okay, so these no waves here yet. Here we can totally delete this and remake, because it will confuse us, right? So here these waves are at least adequated. We will keep them. Yeah, yes, that's okay. It sounds a bit strong, non-blurred, I mean, in some... No, it will work. And we can test. So only this remained. Let's see to which extent these ones go. Okay, I remember they don't go to the sides, so these ones will also not go to the sides, although we can blend them with this area. So let's get them to on edit mode, of course. Start on edit mode. We just want the... Oh, actually this is good, right? So this is the top. So same thing, we just select everything here at the top, and that's it. This is the last one, folks. The last one. So on the end, these things were just a mistake, right? It's cool. Oh, look how organized this guy is, but at the same time it's too complicated, and even the way they were overlapping, so this ended up being actually very, very problematic. So lips A corners, this is lips corners first, then C top lip, and the last one C D lip. Actually we could do this, yeah, I don't know the order, let's leave like that. This means that we consider that the side is the most, has higher priority for some reason. Okay, so let's go back here to, okay, no, we were in Wi-Fi mode. This controls at some point, there's very easy to get confused. I think I'll have very difficult wave painting this, so we'll have to do something about this. Yeah, then we re-add this later. So we'll add waves here. Well, at least there are a few vertices here to consider, and we can at least there are a few vertices here to consider. So let's see again. Right, so you know what, I can get blurred there and a lot here. Maybe here it's too much, so let's let's take off those waves, just blur here. Yeah, this blurring should be fine, and then in this part we can just, okay, it's not protected, so yeah, made mistakes, so let's control invert, and let's take waves there again. Here we are back here. I'm curious about this extend. Yeah, there's very strong waves here, so maybe this will suffer if we don't do anything about it. So let's try to add, but then it, again we start to invade the, no, this is not, definitely this is not, yeah, definitely this is not side lip. It must go there, so yeah, I see why it's not simple to do the side lip. It's maybe should be the last after all, to less priority, because it's more irregular stuff. Okay, this for the front, but we should respect perhaps the, okay, so we blur here, and probably here we don't really want this strong waves. Let's get very blurry, and that's fine. Then for the outer border we can blur a little like that, and then here is a pattern this, so, and then of course all that we should be able to get this, even though it means nothing, at least it's less confusing visually. Then here we can, yeah, we can take the this as a reference, right? So yes, for now let's do that. Then okay, these are already, there's this problem, I've lost waves here, so this is very bad. Let's re-blur. Make the proper stuff here. Yeah, that's fine. So this wave painting of the lips would work if we separated the lips. But then how if we transferred, yeah, it would be hard to transfer it back to the original mesh unless it stays separated, that certain melt rig would do. And then finally the last one, yes, this, and protect, and the last one. So we'll get these waves here. And I'm not satisfied with this, we need more achievement to end this this day. It cannot just finish this wave paint and don't attempt something, some of the fundamental proof of concepts which we wanted. He's not really a proof of concept, this is just wave paint. It's not what we wanted to be taking so much time. Okay, so at least we completed it. Let's see if we get, okay, let's save as a backup again, because okay, so because this was very important. I believe the forms here are accurate enough or not. Bad surprise for that's the middle one. So for the bottom, auto waves was better, strangely. For the side lip, this is okay, and then here this is not okay. But then of course these are rough controllers. The real thing is the profiles, which we are not sure how well they work in relation to the side ones, right? To the ones at the side. Maybe this is what I see no deform. Oh, because it's behind, of course. Okay, so if I had any doubt that it would be better to have a better rest position for the lip smash to start this wave painting process, or unless I got some automation process, then now I have the answer. No. If I had to do again, and I will have to do again, but this won't be very soon, it will be very, very bad, right? So if I ever live stream this wave painting process again, it would only be because I have found in advance a better method for this. Alright, but the profile seems to be working. Now let's assess before I'm going to do a last thing. So we got new lip source position, okay? Then retake lips profile BB splines, that's done. Then we have what? We have the test planar mouth splines shrink wrap transforms mouth plus mouth hole boolean modifier. Okay, so this is the proof of concept that I really want to test. Alright, this will not require wave painting, at least not in the beginning, so this is much simpler thing. What we need here, what my conclusion on this process, so far I have been unsuccessful at getting good cartoon 2D shapes for the mouth, like this one, these orientations. The shape of the mouth from, for example, a front view. So this is very frustrating, and this is also caused by some bad design decisions from the how I conceived the deforming mouth with spline skinning. But the theory, the concept of spline skinning actually does suggest that we can draw curves, perfect curves, right? Ideal curves. So shape any cartoon, draw any cartoon shapes with spline skinning, with curves and splines. So this means that if the mesh doesn't deform on a, like if I have a, if it's like drawing a curve, how to say here, for example, let's put it this way, bit of theory. If we have here, let's change this color. Okay, so you have this mouth expression. This curve is completely achievable, perhaps with one spline, perhaps with at least the top one with two splines, perhaps one is just enough, if maybe two. That could be achieved with perhaps two splines. Another mouth expression may be more difficult. No, not. This could be applied as obtain perhaps one spline here. Of course, if you have two splines here, you just have to move them as much as they require to set. And here, maybe one here, then one here, and one here, for example. So this means that in theory, if you have a 2D plane, we can make whatever curve we want, like as a drawing in a 2D plane. The problem here, there are many problems, is that this is not a 2D plane. So I have to draw these splines, mechanisms, splines, so pure bones, pure armature stuff, pure skeleton stuff. I have to draw them not on a planar surface but on a 3D surface, and which is the muzzle mesh of this character, the mouth region, whatever, all this. And there are this, but then from my experience with spline skinning, the eye is a curved surface, and I get whatever expressive shape from, well, maybe not whatever, but enough expressive shapes with just two splines of eyelids, deformed bones, these ones, which they shrink wrap, not they, but actually the mesh that they control. And this is important, so the mesh, but it could be themselves, so is not really the case that this will be the only way. The eye surface is curved, for example here, as we see, and they will deform these splines along a complex shape which is not a plane. This means that drawing splines, drawing cartoon 2D mouths on a 3D curved surface is perfectly feasible. I was already doing it, and even the lines were following. But now there's another problem. What is in the middle of the splines must be a hole. And so these splines must draw a hole. The solution for that, Mr. Alotsky, we have found together one of these last days, right, with the Boolean modifier, turning it invisible. But I have to add a new thing to it. We need to make that these splines draw an actual object that will be like, this will be a bit pornographic, but okay. So we need to draw a tube that, okay, a cylinder thing, sort of cylinder thing that will, I'm drawing in 3D here, not in 3D, I mean that, but we can draw in 3D here. So if I have a mouth shape here, then these splines, however, how many they are, I'm not sure. Let's draw here. This will be interesting if anyone is watching. So I don't know, let's say this mouth shape. Let's say it has spline here, spline here, spline here, then spline here, spline here, I don't know if it required that much, but yeah. And then this is the same here, right? So if I have, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 splines, it makes this, and okay, let's say this is the face, so imagine this is curved on that, and then these splines, they should draw a tube object from this, right, with this shape. So this will be like a curve. It will be like those of create mesh stuff that Okay, we can create this with curve indeed, because the curves would automatically generate this object, which can be the target of a boolean. This is the question. Can a curve object be the target of a boolean? All right, let's check this. And then this will cause the difference. If there is mesh inside, whatever it is, it will interpenetrate, but it will create the hole. So that's very brutal, and this is extremely brutal, totally brutal. This is Slavoj Žižek, the philosopher. And so, okay, not drawing this stuff here, so let's take this up. But this is very conceptual. This is just for people, you guys, and girls, understand what's what you're doing here. No, yeah, it's like that, exactly like that. We need to test if the Boolean modifier works with a, because it will not be a simple curve, like it will be a curve generated by, yeah, so let's see, can I target this thing? But it doesn't have a geometry, right? So let's say Boolean, and if it doesn't, there still be probably workaround, but apparently I cannot. Yeah, it doesn't recognize curves. We'll have to make the deforms in other ways. So we cannot use this method with curve, because the curve, yeah, it dynamically becomes a hair strand with that system that method which I failed to reproduce from scratch, but I have it here. All this character was done with, the hair of this character was done in that way, but then I was just copying the technique right from tutorials, good tutorials by the ways. These hair strands, at least these ones, were created with this method. This then then they're converted to mesh. In that case, we wouldn't be able to convert this cylinder to mesh, because we need it to be actively transforming or deforming according to the splines. That will be dynamic. They could be driven by bones through hook modifiers. So it'll be dynamically changing the cylinder diameter shape, and this diameter shape would be the actual mouth shape in this X and Z, let's say simplified ways, X and Z plane. The curve of the muzzle would be, of course, a XYZ, so it's volume stuff, but we could consider it the deep depth, the y-axis. So although it's actually three-dimensional, it would, to simplify, we need to draw the mouth and the mouth hole, the lips. We need to draw the mouth, yeah, and the mouth hole. That's the same thing, nearly, with spline skinning, and that must be, and this can be conceived from a 2D perspective. And then we just shrink wrap that curve to this, to shrink wrap modifier, shrink wrap bound constraints, depending on the approach. We can force the making of the hole. Then this means that the mouth, not the mouth, this drawing line could be shrink wrapped to this, and then the object will create, yeah, so the face won't have a mouth, and the lips would come as a mesh, perhaps an extra mesh. So this is, I'm not sure. Yeah, so there's some question, but we still, the proof of it's complicated, but the proof of concept here is about this Boolean thing and the making of this mechanism that we draw on top. So I'll have to investigate more now that the curve thing doesn't work. I was considered just plain deform stuff. Maybe geometry nodes can do that. It's basically an extrusion. Do you have an extrusion modifier? No, but there's the array modifier. Not that it'll be exactly required. There's bevel. There is, maybe we could get something, displace something to expand the geometry, basically. Yeah, this is probably totally possible with geometry nodes. Maybe we just need a single geometry node. Deforms can can be achieved through deforming bones. Could be, that will be the simplest way for me. Maybe it will be an opportunity to try geometry nodes. But okay, so I have bones here for the lips, that maybe it's time to reuse them for the other things. Let's see. They are here. So these are the control. We don't need the control. We need just these things. We could use the mirror. Could help that. Now we can consider for the cartoon shapes. How we need to see if we can draw how many cartoon mouth shapes can we draw from this, right? So this is something that we must attend to. This is the premise. If you're not able to draw from a 2D perspective the cartoon shapes, we don't need this to be unaligned, but okay, let's start unaligned. So if I can draw the cartoon shapes here, the expressions for this character, then this can't work. So the first thing to do is to see how many splines we need in order to be able to, right? So here I don't care about the form. So let's say this character had for example, let's say this character had, for example, this mouth shape. Okay, let's also get the mirror modifier on. Okay, this is not planar because we already, these are quietly already somewhat aligned with the muzzle. So, but that's okay, because this will have to be anyways shrink wrapping to that. So we need to be able, from, for example, whatever angle here, we need to, let's try to shape this face with, okay, those, we should probably try this. It will be better on, it would be, yeah, okay. You see, the splines are relatively accurate, right, to mimic. Just 2 splines are good enough to match, to make that curve. Of course, there are many other case scenarios. So here Alright, so two splines seem to have worked perfect, but even one in such simple expression would have done. See? Yeah, here don't even need to test. Then let's try another. Something like perhaps this. Okay, this is unclear. Let's delete. Let's create again. If it says edit mode doesn't work, so let's try. Yeah, this is very bad mouth shape. What? Let's try that. So okay, we are kind of disrupting what you have, and it's symmetrical, so this won't help for everything actually, but we will see what we can do, just testing out. Alright, so this, we see that actually two splines seem to do a lot. I mean, one spline for the bottom part, one spline for the top, really is quite accurate, right? And then the rest is the opposite side, and yeah, and then it's symmetric and it's not good, right? So let's try another shape. Mouth shape. I can't even think anymore because okay, let's say something more exact. This kind of thing we already know, it's kind of easy, right? But what about something like that? Which is not exactly accurate for this character, but then we nonetheless let's attempt it. So if you can do this expression, then this means this, we'll see how many splines we need for that. I mean, okay, so apparently an expression like that would mean yeah, this will be like the middle, then it will be around, and this spline here will probably have to, okay, I'm totally destroying the the stuff, but okay, it will still work. Okay, so we need a spline here for the middle, otherwise this can't make this bending curve. So you see it's very accurate. Then here, no big deal, we just get this here, then this here, and then we get this towards whatever you see there, and then this to already the other side. So we got it, right? So what does that teach us? Two splines for the top, two splines for the bottom. And the corners, they are disconnected, and that's it. And then the middle point, we already know how to solve it. And then since they are disconnected, we can start everything from the middle. So this said, we are ready to make the, so this thing, okay, we need to construct this system. Now that I've messed up it, we've got a load. Let's see. Yeah, 6 minutes ago, so I probably was trying to explain that. So that, since now that that class is set, we are going to make the splines in a very specific way. You see the craziness that we're gonna do. We do we have bone constraints here already? Yes, so we're not gonna use anything of that. Discard that because we need. There are shrink wrap bone constraint and we are gonna use this actually. So hold on. Now it better do it in different way. Let's clean all bone constraints that are here. Except for the, yeah, maintain volume, screw that. Reset. Okay, let's use the, right, let's use the first select. Only the, no, these are, okay, it's annoying. So handles first. Let's assess their, so clean everything. Control Alt C doesn't work. It's pose constraints clear. Alright, so it's solved. Then here we need to, yeah, I don't want to remake the stretch, but then we need to just delete that. It's older stuff. Now something weird about the drivers. Limit maintain volume. It's still there, right? So but it's not effective, but that's strange, right? It stays in the history of Blender stuff there. Okay, so here delete. We should better clean that, but never mind. So if it would appear, it would appear perhaps in some console, window console. Alright, so this is a system for an older system, def flip up. Yeah, we'll need this kind of stuff here. Although these are not yet deformed bones, they might become, so we're gonna be careful to not destroy this system. There's also this control rig here, and these are old stuff. We're gonna change this into, yeah, we don't need this system anymore, so screw, actually I see some use for this, so let's not, so this is for the top. I see one spline for the top and I see one spline for the two for the top. So okay, so this is good. Let's just reuse these bones here. These are the tweak bones, right? So we need them. We are just going to change their colors and their naming. So because now we are using another approach for these things, so find replace control to tweak. We can, yeah, can rescale them, that's fine. Then we can okay, reset here. Then the parentings, yes, so there are many. Okay, the parenting is very simple. Parent offset, parent offset. This okay. Parent, actually I believe this, yeah, actually this is goes here. We don't need to have them stack in the middle. This is a bit annoying for those double tweaks that will happen. So unless they happen, yeah, no, it's okay, because they will happen there, and they can be shorter, or simply this one will be larger, longer, and this, okay, and also this, yeah, it's like not very simple to set this thing here. So these tweaks will parent this to this, to be the main, this will parent to the big one, and these ones, alright. So same here, we need to make some tweaks there. So this parent there is okay, so parent here and set here, except that these splines are incorrect. No, they are okay. Fortunately we already solved that. Great. So this also goes outside. So we see the head goes outside, and same here, the head goes also to the outside. So here we just have to get this and this here. This is probably also, then we can, we'll have certainly to rename and reassess this. Okay, this becomes control bones, and this become tweak bones. For some reason this changing of names didn't work, so let's make selection here, Control F2, Control, find and replace. Oh, bones, right, of course. We loaded, so it resets the settings, and there's no parenting here. And also this parent to the respective twig bone, just for one side because it's symmetrized. So now this seems accurate enough. There's just one control bone lacking, which is for the sides. So this we copy from here, but this is lip left, control lip left, and we can probably first get it like in this location, right? Set it there, and let's symmetrize. Let's parent this to it, and also let's parent this to it. And there you go, our control rig for this is done. There are some, after this, some okay, so child of, there are some, let's take off all bone constraints except from the deformed bone, so deselect, then take off all the bone constraints. Okay, I see that there's a wrong parent there. Or is it the bone constraint? This bone is moving the, so wrong parenting? No, it seems correct. What's happening? Oh, it's incorrect. This is goes here, and then no, still incorrect. So, oh, I see. Wrong parenting is here, and this part's here. Right, so now we got this, we got these tweaks, we got this. Let's check everything. Okay, this should be accurate. Then the control. Okay, this is normal. It's just they are just starting offset, that's why. And this is cool. Okay, then of course we don't want some random starting position for that, but we don't have many options right now. We probably want to, yeah, actually hold on, I don't want to change anything right now. We get okay, the controls, the tips and the deform, that's fine. So how to set this thing correctly? We need at least to, yeah, we need this and this. That's all we need to. We need to set a mount rest position, and then this would be just the beginning. Of course, we need to so the idea of having these splines inside the lips maybe can work, but it's not really necessary anymore, because the lips themselves, their volume is shaped by the okay, so maybe this is, yeah, okay, I'm changing this, but then I'm forgetting the tweak bones and all that, so I have to retake that. It's really annoying. So here we can at least get, and this is pose mode, by the way, so what I'm doing is right. We need to assess this from here, right? So here we are getting to solve the, okay, there's some strange, no, this is just the how these things, they are not going to the wrong side. Let's just find that this spline here, yes, good. So here we could, so we are not gonna prioritize the shapes of the anatomical thing, we are prioritizing the spline in this orientation, the XZ plane basis, so the front thing, not the side thing. And so here for this part it should be okay that we try to match. It's a bit complicated, we don't know. The center could be the same, right? Yeah, could be the same, so it will be here. We could get this thing right indeed. The orientations here are very strange. there are a lot of things that we probably can retake there, but in principle this is what we want for these starting conditions. Yeah, this is bad, but we are going to shrink wrap. Now things start to get finally interesting, because okay, we can snap. Now this will be messy. Yeah, this will be very hard to... No, I got an idea. If I have this selection, we can probably do something like that. Yes, we cannot work in this way without a front view. We need to know exactly the shape we are putting this thing. We need to put this exactly at the line of the hole. Now, of course, this probably could go a bit up, because it's not making for that particular thing. Then here also this is not accurate enough. Yeah, so our shape, seems very bad. It's something about this spline here. Yeah, needs some rotations. Now for this, I think I have a wrong... Yeah, there are some wrong stuff, easier to get from here. Here we can totally get this. And then of course you see the bone rolls are quite bizarre. We can, in everything, we can probably improve this a lot. The spline here, for example, gets completely disoriented. Maybe it's something about the bendy bones. Just, yeah, they got displaced. So okay, so that's regular thing. We need to snap to individuals and exclude this. We don't want snapping to the... Okay, mouse is easier to get this done. Should be. Yeah, in this case, do this. And resnap. Yeah, I should probably resnap everything here. They got messed up. At least it's symmetrical, so that would be fine. That thing is snapped. Okay, if we want to simplify, just get this. Most important is this snapping. The rest we don't bother immediately. Snapped. Here is probably wrong also. No, this here is not snapped. Here it's not snapped, and then the rest seems fine. Alright, so now this means we can start to solve just this. Oh, still bad snapping. Oh, because we are, of course, using the wrong. Yeah, it should be medium point. Now the alignments should be fine, even if sometimes they look weird. You see, these splines are perfectly, or at least very accurately, shaping the yeah. So this is exactly what we need. So this is a great sign that we are able to get those splines aligning properly with the yeah, so we can solve the rest here, like other snappings we can solve like easily to this. Just in case we got something messed up, we can okay, so probably naming is wrong, so this is the left, this is there's a chance that we make those tweaks going down, right? Maybe that will be better to organization. So Alt F, no, yes, Alt F, that's it. Alright, start to work, folks. Finally, we got these spline systems in good shape now. A proof of concept. We know that this system is valuable because we are able to draw shapes even in 3D out of splines. If the splines are shapeable, it is drawable. The line, the contour of the mouth, or the mouth hole if you prefer. So this also means that due to my past experience, I know that this can be achieved. Now is the question that I'm not sure which. I'm not shrink wrapping mesh. I'm trying something else. I assume these handles, they can hold, I would say, a shrink wrap bond constraint. To yes, actually to the mesh. Currently we'll try that. On surface, because we don't, yes, it will be just like that, but with a certain, yeah, to need to be so nearest surface point alignment. Yes, this would limit certain roles, but then yeah, we don't have this thing yet, so we're not going to. Okay, no, it will not be the this. They'll be the tweak because they already control these things. So yeah, so it will be these tweaks. They will hold the shrink wrap, although it's not. Yeah, should work. Their alignment is better. So z-axis perhaps pointing forward. I'm not sure if that's the case, right? So for all of them, yes, should be at least. That sounds good. And the rotations, oh, there's some limitation of the rolls. Okay, so this is bad. It limits perhaps some tweaking of the curve according to the position, so not getting this. No, this we can. This could be better if we get some. Yeah. All right. For now, more freedom. So here is the question: is let's add this shrink wrap bond constraint to all of them. And so we can get this. Immediately what we get from that, actually this also should be shrink wrapping, but no, this is okay to be offset. So here is the shape of the mouth expressions. We're starting to. Okay, then of course there's the mouth, but this is, I'm moving the mouth, right? So this is the thing that should where it starts to get intriguing. Alright, so I cannot shrink wrap. Alright. So the mouth in this case is an obstacle. This is why it should remain as a third mesh object. And this is where, yes, I'm starting to understand the universal sonic mouth rig. This is what he means with the mouth plane, planar mouth or whatever. We need to draw the mouth hole or whatever, the mouth expression, and then join onto that the lips. When already the mouth has, the muzzle has suffered, well, the muzzle doesn't have to suffer those things, but Yeah, so now it's where the system splits. So from this, it's clear for me that this is the shaping the mouth through spline skinning should be something like a drawing in a 3D surface. The question is, like I'm doing here, okay, then the problem is that if we could do this like for the lips on that muzzle mesh, like in the as a whole, that would be perfect. There is a small chance, or maybe not so small, that I can do that thanks to the with just two mesh objects like this. I have an object below which is the ghost mesh object. So maybe if I shrink wrapped this mouth or this, yeah, I have to have all these bend the this is quite complicated, but it might work. So I have the structures here which need to be following this structure. This deforms the lips volumes, so it would be like the extra mouth. So because these bones are shrink wrapped, this means that the mouth, these bones will actually follow this structure closely, except especially in the joints, and that is the case. And that will mean that we need to make sure that the lips don't. Yeah, so first thing, we must make sure that we have ways to shape these onto this mesh with not lips, but yeah, just the base, whatever hole there is in the mesh topology. We need to be able to shape these shapes, these lines on the mesh topology, and this will be shrink wrapping to the muzzle. So, and the muzzle in this case, we need to change the, yeah, so the shrink wrapping instead for the body will be to the muzzle. But yeah, so let's see that. Tweak, select, shrink wrap to muzzle. The problem is that the muzzle, okay, we can get the muzzle here. Mouth ghost I'm calling right now, which is right, it's kind of below, so I think something broke. I saw some strange motion there. Yeah, certain bones are moving quite strange now. We must test the deforms, I guess. Whatever deforms there is, let's test. No, deforms are working, so what? I don't know what happened there, but let's test at least the ice rig that I know had some problematics. Yeah. Then what is it? The armature, then the controllers for the eyes rig. Now the eyes rig works as usual, so it was just a tweak in the mesh, no big deal. There's another thing that might be able to check. Yes, so even that works. So nothing broke, we just some strange tweak. Deselect, hide, alright. So the shrink wrapping is a bit crazy, right? Because yeah, we need to retweak those things. We cannot have this large distance. Let's go back here. Let's so this will be the 2D mount. And then we select this tweak, and then we need to make sure, at least for now, that this value is like too much. 0.01 maybe. It will be difficult to assess this without the actually looking at it, so there it is. So maybe it should even should be outside, so outside that surface. Okay, so there are a lot of things to develop from this, but we are getting lots of consideration to explore from this point, but we are getting closer and closer to what could be a good solution for this. Slightly alternative. Okay. So here I need to tweak this again. Yes, here instead of we'll put it outside, because unless the mouse goes deform along the face, so this should be able to carry the mouth. Now I have an idea that maybe a quick tweak, which is certainly not gonna be enough, but let's try something fancy here. We want that all the bones start moving. I think perhaps some were not affected by... No, all are affected, so that's fine. I want to know how far they are moving from the face ghost. Yeah, so if I get... This is still not moving, it's the furthest one from it. The others are already moving quite a lot, so let's just give this value here. That should be enough. Then the funny thing now is that we have this thing. We can set the lips structures to have some sort of there's no load anymore. This is actually totally new now, and renewed, refreshed. So what controls this? What controls this are these, the blue ones, which are control bones. So these control bones should be the one that should have they must be they must follow straight, right? Otherwise this won't work. So the locations are bad, so currently our only way is copy transforms to be fast. So we're gonna get this to everyone. Okay, this will be confusing if we don't change this. This require extra different color. So not sure we'll give it some main color. Now this hierarchy system is not that good because they are different sets, they come from different conditions, but the colors they match at some critical condition. But this should be higher in hierarchy in one step. So copy transforms, actually not exactly higher, lower. Well, this was a mistake there for them. We can tweak. Yes, this should be acceptable. Yeah, this is acceptable. That we get. We should be able to improve that though. So for now, word space replace, that's fine. But we want to change this. So now these bones are actually more like tweaks, right? But special tweaks. They are too much important to be considered tweaks. They are massive tweaks. Yeah, they would be like massive tweaks. So I don't even have a color for that. What about this? No. We just don't have anything like any color for them. Yeah, we can just paint them black then, or if we have the, oh, these are mechanism bones, that's it. But this is a bit difficult to catch, so let's get this one. I think it's more. For now, this will make a better identification. At some point we'll have to change this. So here we're gonna get all these layered. We need to get oh, I see. The side has a problem here. Okay, this is a special case. Let's do that. Copy transforms, just like, except no, actually not the rotations. This is a problem because of the local space, perhaps. Target, local space, local space. Nah, this is bad. So we can't have this properly set. We need to, we shouldn't have made this. Okay, so let's just realign those things. They're just the base ones, so that should be fine. Just realign that way. Actually, does that mean that this bone was... I think it tilts down. Yeah, that's it. So this is bad too. Unfortunately, this is have to unalign every. This will be chaotic, so. But if we don't do this, everything will get more complicated. Yeah, so let's get these things. Let's rescale but not lose the. Okay, this bone was not flipped yet, I think, so that's why. Alright, to get this, we will find them later, whatever happens. So align that and align that. So that's it. We just need now to keep matching those things. We probably need okay, now this, see that this works. Now this is not copy transforms, now it is. It doesn't move. Now this will copy transforms to this. Just plain stuff. Workspace or no? Okay, so what we can do is like, no, this will be a mess, so you need to do one by one. So this one will here just have the tweak, so should have a main one there. Okay, here we got it wrong. Always happen. Here also we got it wrong. The child off, I think. Also this got wrong. Actually this is not what we want. It's this. So this doesn't move, but this moves, alright. This is still not correct, so it's here and here. Let's see if we can pose everything now. There's still one spline here that, no, it's working. This one is working. What about this one? Working. And this one working. Okay, so the shape of the lip is still bad. The shrink wrapping system though is, oh, there's some shrink wrapping problem, I see. Oh no, I see the splines, they get inside despite the tweak, so we have to get not the tweak but the actual, yeah, the shrink wrap is not good enough. But first the workspace, not workspace, let's just get the local space stuff. Select, then local space, local space. Then we have the problem of the shrink wrapping inside, right? So the main bone shouldn't go inside. So if we just set the shrink wrap for all of them, maybe this should be good enough. So the value was like that outside, so it can still, if you want, but not that interesting, but it cannot get inside. Okay, then we get this for all the other these tweaks. These are already shrink wrapped, so it's just about these ones. Okay, so this should be working better now. Except for these ones, maybe on the top we need more. Okay, so see the system that doesn't. Okay, we need more for here, maybe 0.4. No, this is wrong. Just the top ones. Even more perhaps here. Yeah, more distance even. What about 0.1? Yeah, for the sides it's kind of bad. The more to the side the worse, so oh, not 0.3, actually 0.03. Actually this seems to be too much now, also too much, so 0.02. okay, yeah, it doesn't work like that. Maybe this one is just, yeah, difficult to find. 0.1, 0.505. This is why the shrink wrap bone constraint in this case is never good enough. Should be the mesh. But we're starting to get something interesting. Something that makes sense at least. The shrink wrap, yeah, starting to get more interesting, but with the shrink wrap modifier should be much easier than this. We still try to attempt with that, might be cool, but now let's assess with the how do you call the, there's something I'm missing, yes, the mouth. Let's see if that helps anyhow. It's pushing the yeah, so this idea seems to be not very wrong actually, that we can deform the, by deforming this we can stretch even more the mesh there. Maybe a bit too much, so and then there is this thing that we never got solved. So alright, it's very interesting, but very complicated at this point. We need to decomplexify, and for that we'll have to come back another day, tomorrow or another day, to continue this splinting, skinning thing. The lips are good until they get shrink wrapped, so we need to, and moving around along a bad deforming mesh, we need to really consider if the mouth couldn't be safer if it were a third mesh object. So that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being around and checking out the project, and have a nice starting new week around. Good luck and take care. Happy blending. See ya, folks.